the chairman of this subcommittee. I'll get to that in a little bit. But it is fitting, in a way, that my journey here in Congress is ending exactly the way that it started, with a focus on oil and gas. I first visited a drilling well in the heart of my district in September of 2011. The company told me they were just, quote, looking for oil. Not long after, they stumbled upon one of the largest natural gas reserves in the world, and the shale revolution in eastern and southeastern Ohio was on the way. This was before I joined this committee, but even then I knew I had to work not only to preserve these good-paying oil and gas jobs in my district, but also work to advance policies to achieve American energy dominance, while never apologizing for our abundant, affordable, God-given natural resources. 13 years later, I'm proud of what my team and I have accomplished, but that work is far from over. There are serious threats to American energy security, which affects both the economic freedom and public health of the American people. Today, it shouldn't come as a surprise that the United States not only leads the world in energy production, but also has one of the lowest methane emission rates in the world. As a valuable commodity, operators have a huge incentive to capture and sell as much methane as possible. And they're innovating constantly to lower unwanted emissions. Additionally, methane emissions are already regulated by the states, and the EPA's new proposal only serves to present duplicative and burdensome requirements. Then the EPA is expected to publish the rules for the IRA natural gas tax, or fee, if you want to be technical about it, on top of their methane rule sometime in the next few weeks, though there is no guarantee of that. The EPA is also expecting producers to collect information for 2024. That will be the basis for the tax collection in 2025, yet the rules of how that is intended to work are not even out yet. This is an unworkable regulatory structure for American producers, particularly small and mid-sized companies. There are about 9,000 independent oil and gas producers in the United States. These companies are responsible for developing 91% of the wells in the United States, producing 83% of America's oil and 90% of America's natural gas. These companies are not big oil, as is so often described. On average, they employ just 12 people, and this suite of methane regulations will crush these small businesses. We will hear from 3 of these small producers on our second panel. Mr. Montalban from Montana, whose third-generation family business employs 15 full-time employees. Mr. Oestmann, who employs about 35 people out of Midland, Texas. And Mr. Martin from Michigan, who started his company, Miller Energy, with his cousin in 2017. These are not the big guys, but we should listen to them. They employ our neighbors and our constituents. They quite literally help to keep the lights on. They'll give us their perspectives on how aggressive EPA's overreach is emblematic of this administration's war on American energy. Now to conclude, and I'm going to ask for the indulgence of the subcommittee, my ranking member particularly. I got a few things I want to say since it's my last subcommittee hearing that I'll be chairing. I want to take a moment to express my gratitude. First, to all of my staff, the ENC team, to Mary Martin and her energy and environment staff for doing the extensive legwork and working the long, late hours behind the scenes to make all of this important work happen. I want to thank our chair, Chair Rogers, for her leadership, for her support, for her vote of confidence in the work that we've done. It's been an honor to serve as this subcommittee's chairman, and while it's been contentious at times, I believe that we have collectively fostered a productive conversation on an extensive, wide variety of issues that matter to the American people, from chemicals and supply chain to support our manufacturing sector, vehicles and transportation, fuels, energy production, and grid reliability, just to name a few. It just doesn't get more important than that. I also want to thank my colleagues. It's been a pleasure to work with all of you. To my vice chair, Dr. Joyce, my neighbor just to the east in Pennsylvania, thank you for your friendship and your leadership. And to Ranking Member Tonko. Paul, I've enjoyed our time here together, and I want to express my gratitude to you for your compassion and collaboration in our work on this subcommittee, particularly as it relates to how we responded and got answers following the East Palestine train derailment in my district. And thank you so much for your friendship. And I started to thank you for the chocolate because I thought it was you that was putting it there. And I just learned today that it's Mary that's been sneaking those things in here. My wife wants to talk to you, by the way. And to the new members, a number of you are just starting your journey on the Energy and Commerce Committee. And I hope that you have felt listened to and that you could make your mark on, in my view, the most consequential subcommittee on energy and commerce. I'm biased, I understand that. Please make the most of your time here. You never know when the policy debates here will hit close to home. Mr. Goffman, thank you for being here. I know that we disagree strongly on many issues, but I have enjoyed our working relationship together, and that goes for you, the EPA staff, and particularly Administrator Regan, who I have built a very, very close, cordial working professional relationship with. And I'd like to think that our committee oversight has been tough but fair. And I do believe at the end of the day, we do share the same goal to keep the environment and the American people safe and prosperous. I also want to believe that we may have had a breakthrough in collaboration that will benefit the American people as you do your important job. I look forward to the conversation that we're going to have today. And now I recognize the ranking member, Mr. Tonko, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And let me begin my comments by thanking you for being a great partner in leading this subcommittee. Our respective respective parties have assigned us this awesome role, some very difficult decisions that need to be worked through. And through that all, we've had some major disagreements, some minor disagreements, and some successes. So for all of that, I say thank you for you're always maintaining an open mind and open spirit, and for being a gentleman throughout. So Ohio's had a strong voice in your representation, and I wish you and your family the very best as you go forward, and wish you success in your new assignment.
Thank you.
But before you leave us, we have a very important hearing today on EPA's activities to address methane pollution. Methane, as we all know, is an incredibly potent greenhouse gas with 84 times the global warming potential of carbon dioxide over a 20-year period. It, therefore, is estimated to be responsible for 1/3 of the warming we experience today. As the United States, in cooperation with the international community, works to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, addressing methane is a critical part of achieving a safe and sustainable climate. Since the U.S. oil and gas sector is such a major source of methane emissions, I've been very pleased to see the attention provided by EPA to tackle this challenge. This includes finalizing a new source performance standards rule last month, which is estimated to reduce methane emissions from these sources by some 80% and provide nearly $100 billion in net benefits to Americans from 2024 to 2038. These benefits include as much as $13 billion in value from recovered natural gas, which, if wasted, consumers would still pay for. EPA is also actively working to implement the Methane Emissions Reduction Program, enacted as part of the historic Inflation Reduction Act. In this provision, Congress directed EPA to do three things. First, to improve transparency and reporting to ensure emitters are accurately accounting for their emissions. Second, to provide more than $1.5 billion in financial assistance to support deployment of monitoring and mitigation technologies. And finally, to impose a charge on large facilities that fail to adequately control their emissions. I'm very supportive of the work that EPA has done and will continue to do to reduce methane pollution. In fact, I would support even bolder actions to strengthen rules for other major sources of methane, such as our landfills and taking other steps to limit air pollution from fossil fuels. However, I suspect today we will not find consensus on EPA's agenda because I fundamentally disagree with the majority's framing of this hearing. First, the suggestion that these actions are somehow an attack on clean energy production. The science is clear. Any claims about the climate benefits of fuel switching to natural gas are undermined when that gas is produced with significant amounts of fugitive methane emissions. And as monitoring technology has improved in recent years, we have begun to better understand just how undercounted these emissions have been. And second, the majority has suggested, as has become common in the 118th session of Congress, that EPA is acting inappropriately and overreaching. Under the Clean Air Act, EPA has a responsibility to address major sources of air pollution, including methane, as they have done with their recent rule. And they have finalized a rule that provides overwhelming net benefits to the American people. EPA also has a responsibility to carry out new laws enacted by Congress, including the Inflation Reduction Act. I appreciate that my colleagues in the majority do not support the methane emissions reduction program, as evidenced by their numerous unsuccessful attempts to repeal this provision. They do not support the more than $1.5 billion being provided to the private sector to deploy methane monitoring and mitigation technologies. And they do not support holding large polluters accountable through a methane charge. So while they clearly would like EPA to not implement this provision, I find it hard to believe that they could accuse EPA of overreaching for merely following the law. I am indeed very proud of the work Democrats in Congress have done to provide EPA with the authority and the direction necessary to take meaningful action to reduce a climate super pollutant. And honestly, I believe EPA should be doing even more to support the rapid transition of our energy system away from unabated emissions from fossil fuels. American oil and gas production is at record highs. Industry is raking in massive profits. I do not think it is too much to suggest that the largest of these emitters take cost-effective steps to control their pollution. Mr. Chair, I look forward to today's hearing, and especially to learn more about how American innovation is enabling improvements to technologies to better detect, to fix, and to prevent methane leaks, and how we can ensure that the oil and gas industry adopts these cost-effective solutions. With that, again, thank you for your service. Thank you for your great work here in the House, and wish you well. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and thank you for your kind words. The chair now recognizes Chair Rogers for her opening statement.
Good morning. For decades, America has led the world in lifting people out of poverty and raising the standard of living through energy and environmental protection without sacrificing economic development or our energy and national security. We've harnessed the power of nuclear energy, electrified millions of homes with clean hydropower, and ushered in the shale revolution, which continues to create millions of new jobs, bring manufacturing back to the United States, and revitalize communities across the country. America is more energy secure today than ever, thanks to this legacy, which was built on the foundation of free markets, entrepreneurship, and giving people the opportunity to choose which energy sources best suit their needs. We are leading the world's oil and natural gas production. We're the leading exporter of LNG and have achieved this while also reducing emissions more than any other nation. We should be celebrating this legacy and building on our achievements. But instead, President Biden's EPA is implementing a rush to green agenda, which is shutting down production and forcibly transitioning the U.S. away from affordable, reliable energy. Efforts like the Clean Power Plan 2.0 will force states to change fundamentally how they generate electricity and raise costs across the board. The agency's de facto electric vehicle mandate would force Americans to buy EVs, a more expensive alternative to other options that will cede our automotive future to China. The EPA's latest proposal, if implemented, would impose additional burdensome regulations for methane, which will further stifle innovation, increase operational costs for producers, and increase the price of energy. These burdens fall directly on American families and businesses. Thanks to the policies of prior administrations, along with technological breakthroughs that have been decades in the making, the U.S. oil and gas production has reached record levels in recent months. Despite this, the EPA is moving ahead with an aggressive, keep-it-in-the-ground approach, one that will increase energy costs for Americans, eliminate good-paying jobs, and harm communities across the country that benefit directly from the industry. The EPA's own regulatory impact statement of the new methane rule acknowledges the burdens it will create on energy production and affordability. Furthermore, the range of new taxes and regulations that the EPA is proposing will only increase compliance costs, putting small energy companies out of business and shutting down oil and natural gas production. The EPA must be transparent to Congress and the American people for how these new regulations will compromise U.S. energy security and affordability. We have a lot of questions about the impacts of this rule and serious concerns that the administration is exceeding its authority under the Clean Air Act. To ensure Americans have access to affordable, reliable energy, it's vital that we understand and take action to address the EPA's proposals and ensure America's energy leadership. Before I yield back, I want to acknowledge my good friend, Subcommittee Chair Bill Johnson's last hearing with the Environmental Subcommittee. Mr. Johnson has served the people of Ohio's 5th District honorably throughout his time in Congress, and his leadership on this committee is going to be missed. Over the last year, he's led this subcommittee in more than a dozen hearings, many focused on EPA's regulatory overreach. From the Clean Power Plan 2.0, EV mandates, to chemicals, and PM 2.5. Following the tragic events of the train derailment in East Palestine last February, which was in his district, he provided invaluable leadership, leading town halls and helping coordinate speedy responses and resources for the community. Public service has always been at the core of everything Bill does, and I know that he's going to remain committed to service in this new role. We are all grateful for your leadership and your friendship. We're going to miss you. So with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Thank you, Chair Rogers, for those kind words. Very humbling. The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Pallone, for 5 minutes for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bill, I just want to say that I also regret your leaving. I think that one of the things I can say that I most admire most was how you managed to deal with very effectively with issues locally and sort of transition and relate them to what we do here in Washington. I try to do that too, but oftentimes I think I'm not very successful. But you certainly were very successful at it, and that's why I know that what you're going to be doing next is going to be very fulfilling, and you'll be, accomplishing a lot in that new role. But I still wish you weren't leaving, but in any case, it's too late for that. Today, we are examining the EPA's actions to address methane pollution from the oil and gas industry. These actions are critical to protecting the health of our communities, fighting the worsening climate crisis, creating jobs, driving innovation, and delivering clean, affordable, and reliable energy to American families. EPA's methane policies are long overdue. They're in line with the statutory requirements of the Clean Air Act and complement the historic climate investments Democrats delivered with the Inflation Reduction Act. Methane is a potent climate-disrupting greenhouse gas that is responsible for about 1/3 of the warming we're facing today. At a time when our nation is experiencing a $1 billion or more extreme weather event every 3 weeks, it's critical that we reduce greenhouse gas emissions like methane to tackle the climate crisis. And science tells us the greatest and most cost-effective way to curb methane pollution over the next decade is to tackle it in the fossil fuel sector. After all, the oil and gas sector is the largest industrial source of methane emissions in the U.S. Without bold action to curb these emissions, methane pollution will continue to cause significant harm to public health, threaten the stability of our economy, and compromise the well-being of our communities and planet now and into the future. Now, under the Clean Air Act, EPA has a responsibility and obligation to protect Americans from this dangerous climate pollution. And that's why actions to dramatically curb methane by congressional Democrats and the Biden administration are so important. 2 years ago, the Democrats' Inflation Reduction Act established the Methane Emissions Reduction Program to control excess methane pollution from the oil and gas industry. This landmark new program holds individual companies responsible for their own leaks and wasted methane while recognizing the cleanest performers. And it's going to drive innovation, create new good-paying jobs, and support projects to protect our communities from the climate crisis. The Inflation Reduction Act also required EPA to update emissions reporting requirements for large oil and gas facilities. And these disclosure requirements are necessary considering the well-documented history of underreporting. They'll help ensure the oil and gas industry is more transparent and held accountable for excess pollution. Now, the EPA has also taken bold action with a final methane rule for oil and gas operations that will control pollution from existing methane sources for the first time. And the final rule was released last month during COP28. It includes comprehensive leak monitoring requirements, expands the use of innovative new monitoring technologies, eliminates routine flaring from new sources, and responds to longstanding challenges such as super emitters. This EPA action is expected to dramatically cut methane emissions by 80% by 2038, which will result in more than $97 billion in net benefits. And as we've seen throughout the history of the Clean Air Act, controlling pollution is not a zero-sum game, and controlling methane is no different. Ambitiously addressing methane can yield tremendous climate, public health, and financial benefits, from meaningful job creation in the methane mitigation industry to spurring innovation in new and cost-effective technologies to controlling, and look, it's all a win-win for Americans. The problem is that time and again, House Republicans have ignored these benefits and prioritized their polluters over people agenda. They have tried to undermine and repeal critical climate programs despite benefits to communities in their districts. And they've attacked the Biden administration for proposing common sense regulations to address climate pollution from the oil and gas industry. And while Republicans tout an all-of-the-above energy approach, they continue to push back against policies that accelerate clean energy development and reduce emissions. At COP28, the international community rallied around accelerating efforts to control methane pollution, with the United States leading by example. And that's why Republican efforts to undermine EPA's methane protections are so dangerous. The Republican agenda compromises America's global leadership and threatens our global competitiveness. And Democrats understand the urgency to act. Our Inflation Reduction Act is already creating new jobs, cutting costs, and advancing homegrown clean energy. And the down payment in these laws will complement our nation's international efforts. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a point of personal privilege.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. First, I'd like to take a few minutes to recognize Chairman Johnson for his incredible service to this subcommittee. During his time as chair, Bill Johnson accomplished a great deal for our committee and for his constituents. This morning, I'd like to highlight his leadership the last year, especially during the crises at East Palestine. Bill Johnson's presence there throughout the disaster brought leadership to his community. He was the voice that his constituents needed to ensure proper oversight for the EPA and for the cleanup, and to ensure that East Palestine was cared for and not forgotten. Chair Johnson has also been instrumental in maintaining coal and natural gas generation assets in Appalachia, which is near and dear to us, his neighbor in Pennsylvania, as well as working to grow oil and gas production in the Marcellus and Utica shale regions. Lastly, Bill Johnson has given the members of this subcommittee the opportunity to create and advance their own legislation, whether my own with electric vehicles or others with LNG, critical minerals, or manufacturing. Under Bill Johnson's leadership, this subcommittee has successfully brought legislation that has passed out of committee and through the entire House. Throughout his time in Congress, Chair Johnson has been a champion of the issues that matter most to this subcommittee. I thank my friend and my colleague from Ohio for his service. We will all miss him. We look for his continued success in higher education, Bill, may God continue to bless you, Joshua, Julia, Jessica, and Nathan. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'm humbled by these kind words. Thank you all so very, very much. I'm gonna miss you all far more than you're gonna miss me. I can assure you of that. Our witness today, Mr. Goffman, I don't know whether you're gonna miss me or not, but I hope you will.
I am.
Our first witness for the panel today is Mr. Joseph Goffman, Principal Deputy Assistant Administrator for the Office of Air and Radiation at the United States Environmental Protection Agency. Mr. Goffman, welcome. Thank you for coming. You're recognized for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair McMorris Rogers, Ranking Member Pallone, Chair Johnson, Ranking Member Tonko, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for inviting me to testify today on EPA's final regulations for methane in the oil and gas sector and on the implementation of the Methane Emissions Reduction Program under the Inflation Reduction Act. And again, it's a real privilege to be able to testify in front of you, Chair Johnson, on the occasion of your last hearing. And I'd like to say congratulations to your new colleagues in higher education. I'm sure I'm not the only one in the room who envies the experience they're about to have when you join their ranks. As required by Congress in the Inflation Reduction Act, the most ambitious climate law in U.S. history and an important pillar in the President's Investing in America agenda, EPA is taking action to tackle harmful and wasteful methane emissions. Methane is a climate superpollutant, many times more potent than carbon dioxide at warming the atmosphere, and also an important energy economy product. Significant and sustained cuts in methane emissions are among the most crucial actions we can take to slow the rate of climate change, which is already having devastating impacts for Americans across the country in the form of more frequent and destructive wildfires, heat waves, extreme precipitation and flooding, and sea level rise. Oil and natural gas operations are the nation's largest industrial source of methane, accounting for nearly 30% of all methane emissions in the United States. These operations also emit other air pollutants harmful to human health, including smog-forming volatile organic compounds and air toxics like benzene and toluene, which can cause cancer, breathing problems, and neurological illnesses in the people who live and work near oil and natural gas facilities. In the Inflation Reduction Act, Congress ratified EPA's authority to take the action the agency had proposed in November of 2021 under the Clean Air Act to address this pollution. And then Congress built a three-part framework of additional measures to complement EPA's actions to ensure reductions in methane from the oil and gas sector. The EPA issued a final rule last December under Section 111 of the Clean Air Act to sharply reduce methane emissions from new and existing oil and gas operations under this clear congressional directive. At the same time, EPA is working to implement the three-part framework that Congress created under the Inflation Reduction Act's Methane Emission Reduction Program. These three parts are as follows. First, EPA is partnering with the Department of Energy to provide over $1 billion for financial and technical assistance to accelerate the transition to no and low polluting oil and gas technologies, support methane monitoring, and reduce pollution from oil and gas operations. Second, again, as Congress directed, EPA has proposed revisions to Subpart W of the Greenhouse Gas Reporting Program in order to ensure that reporting of methane emissions from this sector is based on empirical data and accurately reflects emissions. And finally, third, EPA was directed by Congress to collect a charge on methane emissions from large oil and gas facilities that are high emitting and wasteful, and that can take advantage of near-term opportunities for methane reductions, all while working towards full implementation of the final Clean Air Act rule. Together, EPA's Clean Air Act rule and the 3 complementary IRA provisions will accelerate the deployment of practical and cost-effective solutions that many states and leading oil companies have been utilizing for years. The final rule will avoid an estimated 58 million tons of methane emissions from 2024 to 2038. And by avoiding methane emissions and releases that otherwise would have been wasted, the rule will increase recovery of natural gas valued at between $7.4 and $13 billion from 2024 to 2038. Applying methane controls will have long-lasting benefits for public health, preventing up to 97,000 cases of asthma symptoms and 35,000 lost school days a year from reductions in smog-forming pollution. As supported by Congress's actions under the Inflation Reduction Act, EPA's comprehensive methane programs are designed to work together to ensure near-term reductions of harmful emissions in order to protect human health and the environment and eliminate waste in the oil and gas sector. These actions will advance the adoption of clean, cost-effective technologies, reduce wasteful practices, and yield significant economic, public health, and environmental benefits. Thank you for the time, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Goffman. The gentleman yields back. We'll now begin with questions, and the chair will start. I want to say to my colleagues, we can't solve this climate issue in a day. We have a polar vortex bearing down on the country next week. And in one day, people can literally lose their lives. This is a public health issue. Energy is about to be back at the top of the minds of the American people across this country, particularly here in the Midwest. Access to affordable and reliable energy has to inform everything we do here. I put myself back in Ohio for a second. It's the whole eastern seaboard of the nation that's going to be froze out. Mr. Goffman, there are few, if any, tangible, quote, benefits in this rule for the American people, and they have huge compliance costs. Do you believe that the EPA should force American consumers to pay more for energy today to offset highly speculative global climate impacts that will occur decades into the future? Yes or no? And I need you to give me a yes or no, because I got a lot of questions to ask you.
Okay, I do, before I answer the question, I would like to assure you that we agree with you that ensuring affordability for businesses and consumers is absolutely an essential priority.
Okay, well, I'm going to take that as a no. You don't think Americans ought to be paying for something that could happen decades down the road when they're freezing to death today. So
we think that this rule will have immediate benefits for Americans.
So yes or no again, Mr. Goffman, will the energy produced by OPEC and Russia be subject to your EPA rules?
Those operators in those countries have undertaken voluntary
No, but will they be
agreements
subject to
similar
your rules? You can't penalize and fine them, right?
No, but they are responding to U.S. leadership, which these rules actually represent.
Beginning later this year, the EPA will unleash an avalanche of new regulations, reporting requirements and fees on American energy producers. On top of the recently finalized methane regulations, operators must prepare for the new methane fee program, quote, better known as the natural gas tax. We all know that the methane fee is simply a tax that will be passed along to the American people in higher energy costs. The Congressional Budget Office projects that EPA will collect $6.3 billion from the natural gas tax. Do you agree with CBO's projection on that, Mr. Goffman?
Congressman Johnson, Chair Johnson, we have done our own analysis, which we will be sharing with the public.
Do you agree with the CBO's
I think
projection?
I think we've come to a different conclusion, and when we
Okay,
release
so
the
that,
proposal,
I'll
when we
take that
release
as
the
a no.
proposal, you'll see that analysis.
You're going to do, you're going to release your own analysis, so that's a no. Do you agree with CBO that a tax on natural gas will increase energy prices for the American people? Again, yes or no?
Again, I'm actually not familiar with the CPO analysis, and I know we will be releasing our own analysis.
Wait a minute, you're not familiar with the CBO's analysis?
Not immediately.
Okay,
As I said, EPA is doing its own
that's a different
analysis.
question. Has EPA developed guidance for operators to comply with the tax for this year, 2024?
The tax is based on the existing Subpart W reporting rule, which operators have been functioning under for several years.
Well, we're hearing from industry, and we're going to hear from some of them in a few minutes after we finish with your testimony. The guidance is not out there, so I'm not sure where the disconnect is.
We'll be proposing it very, very soon. At least
Okay.
that's our intention, and finalizing it before the end of the year.
Does the EPA have discretion to waive the natural gas tax to give operators adequate time to prepare? Yes or no?
We have latitude for the
Okay.
collecting of the tax in the course of 2025, which is
What I'm hearing, Mr. Goffman, is that the EPA plans to move forward with the natural gas tax regardless, and it will be retroactive to cover emissions for the entire calendar year of 2024. The EPA has provided zero guidance to energy producers on who will be subject to the tax, what level of emissions it will cover, how they will calculate the tax, or how they will enforce it. And most importantly, we don't know how the EPA will interpret the statutory exemptions. I have some other questions for you, and I'll look to get maybe some time yield later. But with that, I yield back, and I now yield to the ranking member for his questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Goffman, for appearing before the subcommittee today and for everything that EPA is doing to address methane pollution. I know today we're going to hear many claims about what is and is not part of EPA's methane agenda. So I'm hoping we can clarify a few things from the outset. First, Mr. Goffman, I know you must be familiar with Section 136 of the Clean Air Act, which was added to the law by the Inflation Reduction Act. Is it indeed correct that the charge included in Section 136 explicitly states that it can only apply to a facility that reports more than 25,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent of greenhouse gas emissions per year?
Yes, that's in the statute itself.
Thank you. And so is it fair to characterize the methane charge as incentivizing the largest sources of methane pollution from the oil and gas industry to act?
Yes, that's our understanding of what the IRA intended.
Thank you. And I do not think, and clearly by the language in Section 136, I do not believe Congress thought it was unreasonable for a facility emitting that much pollution to take some steps to reduce its methane emissions or otherwise be held accountable to a charge. So the best way for an operator of a large polluting facility to avoid the charge is to control their methane and sell that gas to their customers. Mr. Goffman, does that align with your understanding of the intent of that section?
Yes, it does.
And Mr. Goffman, that same section of the Inflation Reduction Act also included significant funding to support private sector compliance, which can help avoid the charge entirely. So my question to you is, how does EPA envision those funding opportunities, including grants dedicated to small producers, will complement the agency's regulatory agenda?
Thank you for that question, Congressman. EPA has already issued provisional grants to 14 states. We did it at the end of last year of about $350 million under the provision of the statute targeting the plugging of low-producing wells in order to assist the states and the operators to eliminate emissions from those wells. And I think that's an example of what Congress intended. In fact, Congress explicitly put that in the statute. We'll soon be issuing, with our partners at the Department of Energy, a notice of opportunity to submit grants for additional emission reduction actions.
Thank you, and obviously that assists everyone. Everyone is a winner in that outcome, so we thank you. Finally, Mr. Goffman, traditionally, has the development and deployment of pollution control technologies supported American jobs?
Yes, our understanding that it has, and to the extent that these rules purposely promote technology innovation, we expect a number of innovative and new technology businesses to engage in support of compliance with this rule and increase employment.
Mm-hmm. Any numbers in that regard? Any, projected numbers of jobs created?
I'll get back to you on that. There are
Sure,
some
that would be
studies
helpful.
by outside groups as well as EPA.
Okay. And so it is reasonable to believe that efforts to detect and fix and prevent methane emissions, as well as related environmental remediation, such as the plugging of wells, will continue that trend of creating jobs to manufacture and install American-made technologies. And I think that will be a great benefit to the American public and certainly to our environment. And so with that, I thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the chair of the full committee, Chair Rogers, for her 5 minutes.
In many examples, EPA has gone rogue under the Biden administration, and it's harming the American people. This EPA's regulation has little to do with protecting clean air and water, and regrettably is crushing American manufacturing and energy production and giving China, OPEC, and Russia the competitive advantage. We all support clean air, clean water, a healthy environment. I also support targeted and cost-effective regulations when they're justified and developed in a transparent manner that serves the public interest. Mr. Goffman, OMB's fall 2023 Unified Regulatory Agenda shows that EPA has 120 regulatory actions pending, including methane regulations. 52 of those 120 regulations are within the Air Office. Does EPA intend to finalize 120 new regulatory actions before the end of this term, end of this year?
I apologize, Chair McMorris Rogers. I don't have the reg agenda fresh in my mind, but we certainly intend to carry out the mandate of Congress under the Inflation Reduction Act and the Clean Air Act in a timely fashion.
Will EPA conduct a full assessment to ensure that these regulations will not shift jobs and economic development opportunities to China?
Well, let me give you an example. We think that the rule we're discussing today, the oil and gas rules, actually strengthens American industry, the oil and gas industry, and strengthens American global leadership. This rule will promote technology innovation that will be used worldwide. And I believe you, Chair McMorris Rogers or Chair Johnson, pointed out that the U.S. oil and gas sector is already leading the world in terms of its methane
Mr.
and
Goffman.
Efficiency.
Yes.
And this rule builds on that U.S. leadership.
Okay, thank you for that. When will we have that assessment? When will we be able to see EPA's assessment?
Our regulatory impact analysis that accompanied the oil and gas rules did address some of these issues. And
Okay.
when we propose the waste emissions charge, which we intend to do imminently, that will also include analysis there.
Okay.
And of course, the Methane Emission Reduction Program funding account that the IRA gave us
Thank you.
will help.
Thank you.
promote that.
Thank you. I was disturbed to learn from the EPA's Inspector General that EPA does not conduct an annual internal audit. Do you know how much is spent by EPA on the Clean Air Act related activities, including the methane requirements?
Not off the top of my head, but I'd be happy
Okay.
to get back to you on that.
Would you support an independent and objective internal audit of agency activities?
My understanding is that the Inspector General is doing that constantly in various aspects.
Would you support the EPA doing their own internal audit? I was shocked I just couldn't believe. What do you mean an agency doesn't have an audit, an internal audit? But would you support an internal audit?
I don't want to say no right now.
Okay.
I'd love to get
Okay.
back to you on that.
Will you work with the committee to provide documents and information on your office's budget and workforce?
Well, we're committed under Administrator Regan to accountability and transparency with
Thank you.
Congress.
EPA's methane regulations and the natural gas tax will destroy small and medium-sized American energy producers. EPA's internal review has already shown it will increase energy prices and decrease production. But I don't think people really understand how much damage it's going to do to small and rural communities where these companies operate. I wanted to ask, have you visited these communities and talked with American energy workers to understand what's the impact going to be on the local economy and schools and hospitals?
My colleagues and I spent a lot of time talking to various companies and other stakeholders in the industry.
Okay,
over the
thank you.
course of
I
the
would
last
encourage
2
you to go
years.
visit one. Do you believe that it is fair to trade away their jobs and livelihoods in a forced transition away from fossil fuels?
Well, as I said, we believe this rule will actually strengthen operations because it will prompt investment in increased operational efficiency and new technologies.
Well, unfortunately, EPA is ignoring the impact that it's going to have in increased energy cost and the impact that it's going to have on companies in this country. Will you commit to addressing the many concerns raised with the EPA's methane rules, several of which will disproportionately harm small and medium-sized businesses?
We will absolutely continue to work with states and industry on addressing those concerns.
Okay, thank you. More to come. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Last year, I traveled to COP28 with many members on both sides of the aisle, actually, from this committee, and we were tackling methane pollution as one of the top items on the agenda. And thanks to the strong leadership of the United States, the global community is rallying to dramatically cut methane emissions in the coming years. The Biden administration is leveraging the ambitious methane policies here at home to help drive further international cooperation. I'm glad our Principal Deputy Assistant Administrator Goffman is here to discuss EPA's role in this effort. Democrats established, as I said in my opening, the Methane Emissions Reduction Program as part of the Inflation Reduction Act. And the program includes 3 things: incentives to help the industry reduce its own emissions, transparency measures to hold polluters accountable, and a fee for methane that is wasted. So, Mr. Goffman, how does the 3-part framework of this methane emission reduction program complement EPA's final oil and gas rule and help drive greater methane reductions from the oil and gas sector overall?
Thank you for that question, Chair Pallone, or sorry, Ranking Member Pallone. If it's okay, I'd like to answer it by, drawing an analogy to a 3-cornered or 3-legged stool. The Inflation Reduction Act provides significant resources and incentives for reducing emissions in this sector, often by doing so by increasing the efficiency of the operations of the sector and promoting new technology. The other leg of the stool is what industry itself is undertaking. A great many of the technologies that our standards are based on are already in use by a significant number of companies. And then finally, our regulations complement or provide the third leg of that stool. Congress, we believe, created a really harmonious structure in Section 136 by putting together funding for reductions directly, as well as a strong incentive for investments in new technology. And then our rule provides the sort of underpinning of those investments.
Well, thank you. And then I have a second question, which relates to the fee for methane that is wasted. I know that, we constantly get, well, I shouldn't say constantly, but the Republicans often mention that this program is a tax, and that's not true. In fact, we went out of our way to make sure that it wasn't a tax. The fee is simply and eminently reasonable. It only applies to the wasted methane above industry-led targets, and it holds individual companies responsible for their own pollution. So the idea is, you do what you're supposed to do, and if you don't, then you have to pay a fee. So, I think this is a big win for consumers. And Mr. Goffman, how will consumers benefit from methane reduction policies like the waste emissions charge?
Well, when we looked at the recovery of natural gas that would result from compliance with our regulations, we saw that enough methane would be recovered to heat 8 million homes during the winter. The waste emissions charge we understood to be designed by Congress not to maximize the collection of revenue, but actually to focus or incentivize investment being focused on reducing emissions.
And I don't like to interrupt you, but I also want to make it clear that we worked on this with industry. Industry, I'm not saying everybody, but most of the industry, certainly the good actors, supported it.
And our understanding is that the Congress's logic was the more efficient the industry operates in production of oil and gas, that benefit will go to consumers because of the economic efficiency that will result.
Well, I appreciate that. And, again, we worked on this with industry. They said, don't charge us a tax. We'll work with you to reach these targets, and then the bad actors would have to pay the fee if they don't meet the targets and if they don't do the right thing. That's how it was put together, with the cooperation of industry. And it's common sense that, the polluters should be accountable for their wasted energy and to try not to waste it. But thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Goffman.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I begin, let me say what an honor it's been serving with you, Mr. Chairman, on this committee, and particularly on this subcommittee. You have done an outstanding job, your leadership, and particularly for your constituents. East Palestine was a tragedy, and you were there immediately, and you were there in the extended time as well, and set a great example for all of us as members of Congress. So thank you for that. Mr. Goffman, thank you, and welcome back to the committee. As you know, the U.S. is a global leader in natural gas. I'm very proud of that. That's something that I consider to be an asset, not a liability. We should be exporting natural gas. I know in my district we have a plant that has been converted in the past years from being an import facility to an export facility. I consider that to be progress, and I think that's good. We should be exporting good, clean American energy. We lead in both the production, and we have excellent environmental standards here in this country, and I think that we should be both very proud of both of those. Affordable and clean energy around the world improves the environment. We all know that. We know we can't solve the climate crisis without a global buy-in and without making sure that everyone's doing their part. That's why we should be exporting our innovation and our clean energy here. But I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated with this administration because they've vilified the industry as a whole. And I don't think that's an understatement. I think that's correct. I think this administration has vilified the industry as a whole and has vilified fossil fuels as a whole. I'm one who believes in all of the above type energy strategy and that we're going to have this in order to move forward. We should be partners in promoting American energy and not fighting each other. But the history of the EPA attempting to regulate methane emissions going all the way back to the Obama administration. Now, in August of 2020, during the Trump administration, the EPA issued final rules to control methane emissions from oil and gas sources. The first thing this administration did, the first thing the Biden administration did was when they came into office, was begin to roll back these standards issued by the Trump administration. And what we find is that under the Clean Air Act, the EPA is only authorized to regulate a source of category if it contributes significantly to air pollution, and if it's anticipated to endanger public health or welfare. I would submit to you that that's not the case here with natural gas. In 2020, the EPA reversed the position and rolled back the rules from the prior administration. Why didn't you do a methane-specific endangerment finding prior to finalizing those rules?
If I can, I'd like to answer the question in part here and maybe get back to you with some more information.
That'll be fine.
If I recall correctly, and this is where I want to confirm what I'm saying in follow-up, I believe the EPA under the Obama administration did make such a finding based on a 2009 finding that methane was one of the greenhouse gases that presented a threat to public health.
Okay, and if you'll clarify that for me and verify that for me, I appreciate that.
I'd be more comfortable clarifying it.
Thank you.
Maybe writing in follow-up or just in
So
a
why
discussion with
didn't you
staff.
do a methane-specific endangerment finding prior to finalizing these rules that we're talking about today?
I believe that the finding we did make, or that the foundation of our final action was consistent with the requirements of Section 111 of the Clean Air Act.
How much does, let me ask you this, how much does EPA consider the larger picture? Do you ever look at the total picture, the larger picture of reducing emissions and the role that natural gas plays in reducing global emissions when making determinations like this?
In this particular role, we were building on the strength of the oil and gas sector and its economic and technological leadership on a global basis.
Do you agree that the United States should be exporting natural gas?
I agree that the U.S. should be playing a broad leadership role on a number of economic fronts, and as I said,
No, that's not what my question was. My question was, do you believe that the United States should be exporting natural gas?
my understanding is that we are doing.
I know we are, but do you believe that we should be?
Well, we're certainly supportive of the economic activities of this industry and its response to the
But if it
domestic and
does
global
decrease
market.
global emissions to other countries, and therefore we're helping to decrease global emissions, don't you think that's a good thing?
I think the U.S. leadership role in reducing global emissions is significant. I think rules like this are a significant part of our leadership, and I think the proof is that at the COP, a number of international operators and countries joined with us in committing to take actions to reduce methane from this industry.
Okay, well, I'm out of time, but I look forward to you getting back with me on some of those questions. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you said that we can't solve the climate problem within a day. I think that we have proven that very, very well right now, but it also, I think, imposes on us the commitment that every day we work to solve the climate crisis. We are absolutely behind already, and this is an emergency that we have to deal with as a country, as a world right now. And to minimize the speed, I think, is a real disincentive to the work that needs to be done and is being done. Methane is a real danger right now. This is not a mystery. We have known that for a very long time, and we know that right now the carbon pollution that it can cause is about, over 20 years, is about 80 times the amount of what we see from carbon dioxide. So we have to address methane, and we are. And when it comes to the Inflation Reduction Act, let's remember that not a single Republican voted in favor of it. So you've never been for this, for moving forward in an aggressive way to deal with climate and among the other many things that the Inflation Reduction Act dealt with. And when it comes to jobs, actually this administration has produced more jobs in its 2 years than we've seen in any other administration. So we are seeing an increase in jobs every month, including this one. The jobs numbers are very, very strong. But I do want to talk about the rule that we're looking at right now. And you had mentioned somewhat in your presentation, Mr. Is it Garman? Am I saying that right? No. Goffman.
Goffman.
Mr. Goffman, that it's not just the matter of methane and the pollution, but the effect that it has on healthcare and other things. And I wondered if you could elaborate a little bit more on that as well. Aren't we at risk? We were hearing how in danger the American people are, but isn't there a health risk that if we don't act?
Yes, there is. The climate change is associated with, for example, aggravation of problems related to degraded air quality. And to get down to specifics, the actions that the industry is taking to reduce methane and will be taking to reduce methane will also reduce air toxics and other air quality pollutants to an extent that we will see tens of thousands of illnesses avoided, lost work days and school days avoided, all because the reductions will help protect public health.
I want to underscore that because tens of thousands of people lost work days, students that can't go to school. So this is a serious improvement that we will have with this rule and with the implementation of the rule and reducing the methane. What else can Congress be doing?
Well, thank you for that question, and I certainly don't want to be presumptuous in answering it. I want to really commend the accomplishment of the section of the Inflation Reduction Act that we're talking about this morning, because it really is a model of a extremely well-designed strategy and policy foundation for achieving a range of about half a dozen benefits, from public health protection, addressing climate change, promoting technology, enhancing U.S. Global leadership in the energy sector and in terms of leadership on climate change. So the model that you all perfected with this section of the IRA is one that we would look forward to Congress continuing to apply.
Well, we're proud of the Inflation Reduction Act and the work that you're doing, so thank you very much. Yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, the vice chair of our subcommittee, Dr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you also, Deputy Secretary Goffman, for being with us today. We have spoken at length in this subcommittee about how America is leading the way in emissions reduction. Between 2005 and 2021, America's greenhouse emissions were cut by 17%, according to the EPA. Today, the U.S. not only leads the world in energy production, but we also have one of the lowest methane emission intensities in the entire world. To be blunt, this was achieved by using the resources underneath the feet of my constituents and unlocking natural gas potential in places like Pennsylvania and Ohio. Now, with this role, the Biden administration is attacking the very industry that is responsible for this significant success. When will the administration learn that we need to innovate and not regulate? In my district, Peoples Gas is investing in their system modernization program to minimize methane leaks and deliver the needed natural gas to my constituents. By stifling the very industries that are needed to produce cleaner and reliable and affordable energy, these policy initiatives are very much counterproductive. It is worse that this is happening at the time when the same Biden administration is putting more strain on our grid by attempting to mandate everything from electric stoves to electric vehicles. our nation cannot afford to both be adding significant demand to the grid while simultaneously making it harder and more expensive to produce energy for that grid. At some point, something's got to give. And that is why the EPA needs to understand the potential effects of these draconian policies. Mr. Goffman, given the significant potential consequence of this role, especially when the EPA is trying to mandate electric vehicle purchases, how does the EPA plan to balance so-called environmental progress with the need for affordability and reliability in the energy sector?
Thank you for that question, Congressman, because that's a question that we believe is central to our own work, which is ensuring that energy and technology remain affordable and available to everybody, including in these sectors. In many ways, the emissions reductions that we've observed since 2005 are due in part to advances that our industry, like the oil and gas industry, have made in cleaning up their own operations and increasing their efficiency and deploying innovative technologies. And our rules, as is the case with this rule, builds on the progress that our innovators and that our energy sector has been making.
So what, if any, additional guidance and specifications will be provided for third-party monitors? And has the EPA considered that failure to do this could unintentionally spur overzealous or unnecessary activities?
That's an important question that a number of stakeholders raised with us after we proposed the super emitter program. And in the final rule, we made changes that go directly to those issues. And so in the final rule, it will be EPA that will be certifying the third-party monitors. It'll be to EPA that the data is submitted. It'll be EPA that will be reviewing the data, and then it'll be EPA that will be notifying the operators. And before we make any of that data public, the operators will have an opportunity to respond to us.
Do you think there could be potential misuse of the program by third-party monitors who could potentially harass the energy operators?
That was an issue that was specifically raised to us after the proposal, and the 3 or 4 steps that I just enumerated, we think provide a remedy or an avoidance of that risk.
So the steps that you've outlined, will the agency take that to employ also in other areas like technologies and standards and procedures to help the industry be aware of any potential leaks?
Well, we again, think that's a very important issue. We think that the industry itself is in the best position to be aware
And I've witnessed
of
that
leaks.
firsthand by going to the site where Peoples Gas was doing those changes to make sure that any potential leaks were detected and changed out.
That's right. And one of the reasons we felt comfortable, if you will, codifying those practices is because we've seen them being done by industry. And even more, we know that the industry itself and other technology innovators are making the kinds of investments in new approaches and more effective ways of detecting leaks and making it easier for operators to fix them.
I've seen industry stand up and make those necessary changes to monitor for those leaks and have already had that intervention, and I don't think they need any additional EPA regulation to achieve that. Mr. Chairman, my time has expired, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Sarbanes, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations on your transition. I just wanted to pick up on something my colleague said a moment ago, which is that, when is the agency going to realize you shouldn't regulate, you should innovate in this space? But if you look historically, it's often when we put good, robust, smart regulatory frameworks in place that it stimulates innovation and moves us to a new place, not just in this instance in terms of addressing environmental challenges, but creating new economic opportunities, which you've been speaking to. So I want to thank you for being here. We're glad to have the opportunity to hear more about what EPA is doing to reduce emissions of methane in this case. And as we've been discussing, methane is one of the largest contributors to climate change. nearly a third of methane emissions in the United States are the result of oil and gas production. So there's a lot we can do there to move the needle. Reducing these emissions represents one of our most important opportunities to protect the environment, our communities, but it's hard to make that progress when there's ambiguity about the amounts and the sources of the emissions, because as you know, you can't manage what you're not measuring. So, Mr. Goffman, how are the methane emissions from facilities currently tracked and reported under the existing greenhouse gas reporting program? And in your perspective, in the Office of Air and Radiation, has this methodology been effective in accurately assessing the methane that is emitted?
Thanks for that question. That's a major part of our mission under the Greenhouse Gas Reporting Program, is to ensure that we're getting good data. That program's been in place for several years, and what we know is that over time, the technology and the methodologies are continually improving, and we have tried to keep up with that. One of the great benefits of Section 136 under the Inflation Reduction Act in specifically directing us to revise the Subpart W program to ensure that the data we're getting is more accurate and really reflects what's happening in the real world. It's given us the directive and the opportunity to take advantage of new methodologies and new technological developments that can help us improve even more the quality and accuracy of the data we get.
Thank you. And the proposed update, as you've been indicating here today, to the Subpart W is designed, as you suggested, to ensure that going forward reporting is based on empirical data and accurately reflects total methane emissions from the applicable facilities. A little bit more, if you could, on how these changes to Subpart W address gaps in the current methane emissions measurements or improve upon our current system. Are there some examples you could give? And I think you said that there's new technologies available to facilitate these measurements, but maybe you can give me a couple of examples of where these gaps can be filled now.
Well, industry itself has been doing some innovating and has shared with us some of the innovations they've either already started to apply or would like to apply, and have asked us in response, either before we propose the new revisions to Subpart W or in response to the proposal, to include those. And so we're talking about things like remote sensing, going beyond just using on-site infrared cameras, but actually using some of the very advanced satellite technology and other, I want to say drone technology that allows an operator to get a more accurate picture of what's going on in a more efficient, more technologically advanced way. So those are the kind of innovations that we've been seeing, that we were asked to consider, that we either proposed or asked for comment on, and hope or intend to reflect when we finalize the revised.
It's interesting that you're describing industry stepping into the space, designing these new technologies, measure better, and you're going to look at those and, in a sense, push them back out onto industry in a broader way to make sure this information is collected. And I assume, I'm running out of time, but I assume that AI is going to be a resource when it comes to capturing data about methane, both in a sense point source, but collectively what's happening throughout the atmosphere. So thank you for the work, and I yield back the time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Johnson, and I want to thank you for, you've been a great mentor to me, both spiritually and congressionally, and I'm going to miss you and wish you all the best. It's been a privilege to serve with you. Getting back to the hearing, I want to thank the Environmental Protection Agency, Deputy Principal Administrator, and Mr. Goffman for testifying today. The oil and gas sector in our country is the backbone of our energy independence, and this sector has taken meaningful steps to lower emissions. I think they're doing their best to cooperate in this global, very competitive environment that we're in. However, the aggressive regulatory agenda by the Environmental Protection Agency is making it very difficult for these oil and gas producers to continue to operate. This has the consequence of increasing our energy dependence on other countries and resulting in Americans paying higher prices for energy. I think energy is the largest driver of inflation that we're dealing with in this country today. I would highlight that I have many rural communities in my district, and their access to affordable and reliable energy is critical, particularly our farmers. Food is a national security issue in our country, and that again is a global competition. I fear that many of these regulations will come from will come with high compliance costs and could cause producers to close their businesses and create higher prices being passed and continue to be passed on to consumers. Mr. Goffman, the recently finalized methane regulations will impose huge compliance costs on American energy producers while giving OPEC and Russia a free pass to pollute. Since this is a global market, U.S. workers will be at a huge disadvantage. I would like a yes or no answer. The Environmental Protection Agency conducted a regulatory impact assessment of various cost scenarios. Is it true the compliance costs would exceed $30 billion? Is that a true statement, yes or no?
Let me check on that and get...
Okay, get back to me. Yes or no, will compliance costs discourage the production of oil and natural gas? Yes or no?
No, it will not discourage the exploration and production of natural gas.
Yes or no, will the decrease in oil and gas production raise energy prices?
Only by a quarter a barrel.
I think we've missed that mark several times. Yes or no, is the Environmental Protection Agency required to ensure that the benefits of regulations outweigh the cost?
In this particular case, the benefits of regulation vastly outweigh the costs.
Okay, and that's...
Net benefits of this rule are measured in the billions of dollars.
Yeah, and that you're talking about savings in health care. Is that correct? Or you're saying that the problem is a health risk, is what I think you said in your... Okay.
Also in the recovery of what would otherwise be wasted natural gas product. That's part of the net benefits.
Well, you do know the largest killer of Americans between the ages of 18 and 25 in this country is drugs. What are we doing about that? I mean, I'm at 100,000 people last year. What's the administration doing about that? Yes or no, is the Environmental Protection Agency required to ensure the benefits of these regulations outweigh the cost? Are you required to do that? Yes or no?
We're required to impose standards that are cost-effective and well-founded in existing technology, and this rule really speaks directly to that question because the net benefits are so significant. That is, the benefits, both public health, climate, and economic, outweigh the compliance costs.
Yes or no, since the regulatory compliance costs are paid for by the American people, do you agree that the benefits that the Environmental Protection Agency counts should be all the tangible benefits that can be enjoyed by the American people?
Yes, and in this case, the tangible benefits are in terms of reduced flaring at facilities, improved air quality, recovered natural gas to the...
I'm out of time. And then the other thing I want to know is what in the world are y'all doing about fentanyl, which is a terrible danger to this country at EPA, and you can send that answer in. I'm out of time, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes my friend and colleague from California, Mr. Peters, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I can't take a lot of time to tell you how much I've enjoyed getting to know you and work with you, and appreciate the work you've done on behalf of your constituents. You are a fierce conservative. We don't often agree on policy, but I will tell you that I respect your commitment to this institution and to the country, and we will miss you. Thank you. I've been working on short-lived climate pollutants since I got here. Those are the pollutants that have an outsized impact in the short run on climate change, but don't persist in the atmosphere. And so you really have a chance to affect the rate of global warming if you deal with them. What are they? Basically HFCs. We've made some good progress on HFCs, coolants. Black carbon, that's really complicated by wildfires. We have a lot of work to do. And methane. And we sit here today, as you know, we hear about all the dire predictions about oil and gas production here. In 2023, we estimated the U.S. would produce a record production level of 12.9 million barrels of crude oil per day in 2023. That's double what was produced a decade ago. We also we expect that LNG exports will double over the next 4 years. This is the biggest production we've ever had. It only is continuing to grow. So it's just so incongruous to hear this dire prediction about how the oil and gas industry is in dire straits. It is booming. It is booming. And I am not one of the people who sits here and says it should be banned or that we can ban it in 4 years. What I've said is let's clean it up. And my point has been that methane is the point where we should agree, right? Because if we can eliminate methane, you all can take credit for the benefit of the carbon dioxide reduction that you've made through the shale gas revolution. But if you don't get rid of it, all the climate benefit of that is erased, with just a small leaks. So why can't we come together and agree on that? And I have evangelized this. I've been to Midland, Texas twice. I've been to Houston, the Petroleum Club in Houston. I spoke to them. I've been to Lubbock to talk to the Petroleum Engineering Department at Texas Tech. I told the Emir of Qatar when I was there talking about Afghanistan, he's got to get control of his methane. And I would think that by now that you would understand I really want to work with this in a bipartisan way. And this is what I get. Not a discussion of how to get better regulations, how to do it more efficiently, how to make sure that small producers can comply, but an idea that we should just get rid of all the regulation entirely. I'm really frustrated by this. I also, ironically, have been a person who's spoken against the Biden administration's approach to this, because I think we can have a more effective regime. I told Administrator Regan at the beginning of this process, do something that's based on emissions, because we have the emissions technology to both detect both the presence and concentration of methane. Regulate that directly and let the companies decide how best to achieve that limit. And they've come up with a technology-based system that I think could be better. But I do think it's better than nothing, and I think we should work with it. And I'm open to discussion to have with my Republican colleagues about how to make sure everyone's covered by this. The other thing we've done is we provided resources to help the small producers who unquestionably could be burdened by this to comply. And that was part of the Inflation Reduction Act. Again, we're trying to come meet you, and this is what we get: do nothing. Mr. Goffman, I would like you to tell me a little bit about how we're doing in terms of deploying or letting people know about the resources that are available to help particularly small and domestic-sized producers, reduce their methane emissions. What resources are we providing for them, and what don't they know that we could tell them about how we're trying to make sure that they can comply with these regulations and still succeed?
Well, thank you for that question. It's an important one, and one of the tools that Congress gave us to address that question was the funding in the methane emission reduction program, and we're going to use that. In fact, we already have by distributing some of those funds to states, and we're going to use that shortly to issue a notice of availability of the remainder of the funding to apply some of these technologies. And
I ran out of time making my own little statement there, but I would say that's a priority for me. And I'd say to my Republican colleagues, I want to help you get this right, but don't come and tell me to do nothing. I've been trying to say, listen, we could come together on this, But methane is something that has to be dealt with by every entity, not just the big players. But we need to get compliance from everyone. I'm willing to sit here with you and figure out how to make that happen. I did in good faith try to put that in the Inflation Reduction Act, and I want to make it work. But please don't tell me to do nothing. It's really frustrating me. It makes me look foolish, like really you're not serious about this, and I am. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes my friend from Idaho, Potato Country, and important member of this subcommittee, Mr. Fulcher, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and please add my name to the list of people that's going to miss you dearly. For those who are not aware, my colleague and friend, Mr. Johnson, has been a dear friend to me throughout my time here and throughout a significant health challenge, filled in for me on the floor many times. And we joked about the confusion sometimes of some people between Idaho and Ohio. And so we are joined forever with the great state of Idaho. And so thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're going to be very much missed, but a friend forever. Mr. Goffman, I want to talk with you about Subpart W. There's some concern, certainly with me and I know others, of the EPA's revised calculation for Subpart W, and the potential of that leading to higher fees and taxes through what could be potentially inflated methane emission calculations. And I'd like to ask you to talk about that a little bit. What was the impetus to change that calculation? What was it that prompted that calculation change?
Well, thank you for that question, and let me address one of the things you said as part of that, which is we certainly don't want to end up with a final reporting rule that would inflate data and therefore inflate liability for companies. We were responding specifically to language in the Inflation Reduction Act, as well as to input we got from technical experts and from the industry itself to consider updates and changes and innovations in the methodologies we proposed and in some of the technologies we proposed. And the important thing, I think, at this point is that word proposed, because we are getting a lot of comment from experts and from industry, and we're continuing to work through those comments.
So you're saying that it was a response to the Inflation Reduction Act?
It was in response to the Inflation Reduction Act. It was a response to...
How would that impact the calculation of an emissions program? I mean, why would that impact your emissions calculation?
Because Congress told us to make changes and, if you will, update the calculations that we required or proposed.
Okay, so if I can move on, because I don't have much time. There is, at least from our vantage point, the risk of double counting, overestimating, or misrepresenting emissions with this new calculation methodology that shows an increase even when the opposite is to be true. And so it brings into question, does the EPA really understand what this calculation can result in? Or is this an effort to tip the scales in opposition to fossil fuel?
We are working on those concerns to the extent they've been raised to us in response to our proposal. As Congress directed us to do, and as we're already committed to doing.
Okay, so are you saying you're open to looking at that calculation?
Absolutely, and I think you're not alone in raising those concerns. Been raised to us in response to the proposal. We're taking them very seriously, and we're expecting that we will take all the information we've gotten around those concerns and end up with a rule that avoids the very problems.
So by this exchange, am I hearing you say that this is something that you're going to look at as a potential to change that calculation methodology?
We're looking at it right now.
Okay, final question, because I'm about out of time here. As part of this rationale, did the EPA consider any significant financial liability that gets placed on oil and gas companies when those revisions were put in place, in particular the small operations?
We spent a lot of time, as we were implementing the various provisions of the Inflation Reduction Act, we have spent a lot of time engaging with and talking to small operators. I think you'll see in the one piece of this that we have finalized, which is the oil and gas standards, that we've made provisions specific to small operators. And I do want to encourage you to focus on the fact that for many of these standards, it'll ultimately be the states that define their requirements, and we will be very supportive of the states working with small operators to make sure that they can comply.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Goffman. I look forward to further communication on the topic. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Ruiz for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations on your decision. I know it's a tough one, but it's the right one, that according to your own aspirations and needs and with your family, I know you're going to spend a lot more time with those that you love. As I have discussed in previous hearings, air pollution and extreme weather are problems that constituents in my district face every day. And in the summers, temperatures regularly reach above 100 degrees, like about 120 sometimes, all over my district, from Blythe to Indio down to El Centro near the border. And the number of patients I have had to treat for asthma and respiratory problems stemming from air pollution would stop you in your tracks. So I bring these two items up again because you know what they have in common? They both result from methane getting released into our communities. Methane is released alongside toxic air pollution during oil and gas production and is a key contributor to smog. Moreover, climate-related extreme weather is driven by greenhouse gas emissions like methane. Methane releases can contaminate soil and water resources, leading to reduced agricultural fertility and making water sources unsafe for consumption. The cattle industry in Imperial County, located in my district, boasts the largest number of feedlots and feed cattle capacities in California, grossing a value of over $2.6 billion in 2022. The effects of methane leaks into the soil can be detrimental to our agricultural productivity and community, which is the #1 industry in that county. And what shouldn't surprise anyone is that these methane effects are disproportionately shouldered by low-income and minority communities. That county is actually the most impoverished county in the state of California. So I'd like to start with a quick clarifying question. Mr. Goffman, would the regulations that are being discussed today apply to methane released from the agricultural sector?
That's certainly an important question. As a matter of fact, the regulations we're talking about are focused on the oil and gas sector.
Okay. In 2016, California saw one of the worst methane leaks in U.S. history due to a blowout of a well owned by the Southern California Gas Company. This leak resulted in the release of 100,000 metric tons of methane into the atmosphere, causing residents to develop anxiety, unnecessary stress, respiratory issues, and cancer. As an emergency medicine physician, I have seen firsthand the connection between a person's health and the environment where they live and the very real effects of environmental injustices. Could you highlight, Mr. Goffman, the steps the EPA is taking to address these large methane leak events?
What we're focusing on, Congressman, is, if you will, the exploration and production and processing side of the sector. But it's in that sector as well that independent experts have identified large emissions events. The scientists refer to them, and we ended up referring them as super emitter events. And one of the things that we include in our oil and gas regulations is a program whereby third parties with the expertise that are certified by us using reliable methodologies have the opportunity to detect those leaks and report them to us as soon as they're detected. And then we go through a series of steps to make sure that the information is solid and reliable, and then engage directly with the companies that are associated with those so-called super emitter leak events.
Well, I'm heartened to see that the EPA is taking concrete steps. to reduce dangerous methane leaks. So under EPA's final methane rule, what steps is the EPA taking in order to prevent future gas leaks from occurring?
Well, I think I think the creating this new system that I just described will have the effect of supporting companies that are already asserting leadership in eliminating their leaks, and then helping other companies that have an opportunity to catch up. I think Congress did its own work through the Inflation Reduction Act with respect to asking us to improve our reporting requirements under Subpart W and creating an incentive to avoid waste in the form of the waste emissions charge that will also prompt operators to use the know-how across the industry to deal with problems like leaks.
So I appreciate and applaud EPA's action to regulate the amount of methane that is released into our communities and put in place helpful measures to ensure leaks don't continue to pollute our homes. So with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes my friend and colleague from Ohio, my neighbor, Mr. Balderson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to also congratulate you on your new venture. Thank you for your service to Southeastern Ohio, and it's been fun to watch you, and we saw each other when you started running in 2009, so you've been a great service, so thank you very much for your service. Mr. Goffman, thank you for being here today. You note the EPA is partnering with the Department of Energy to provide $1 billion in assistance to support the transition to low-emitting oil and gas technologies and support methane monitoring. Can you discuss how these funds have been allocated so far?
Thanks for that question. It was a very important part of the Inflation Reduction Act, and we really value our partnership with the DOE, a partnership that's helping that program be more effective. Last month, we issued $350 million of grants to 14 states that came forward to identify opportunities to, in this particular case, help smaller or low yield producers plug their wells and eliminate their emissions. Very shortly, we hope to put out a notice for the remaining funds, giving other stakeholders and states the opportunity to identify a range of opportunities that they have to monitor emissions, apply technologies, and achieve reductions.
Okay, so just that 350 number is all that's been allocated right at the moment, correct? The 350, excuse me, the 350 number is what's out there right now that's been allocated so far, okay. How is EPA ensuring these funds are being distributed to support small and mid-size oil and gas producers? And I know you touched on that a little bit, but is there anything specifically that you look at when you decide who gets this?
Well, with respect to that first tranche of funding, we were following what Congress put in the statute and providing that funding to states for well plugging. I'm going to admit I'm speculating, but there's probably a fairly significant incidence of the ultimate beneficiaries of the money that the states give to their operators that are smaller operators. I don't know that for sure, but as I said, it's a speculation that we're thinking some of the states will focus on.
I think Ohio is, but we'll look at that. We discussed the super emitter program that was created by the EPA's rulemaking. This program would deputize third-party monitors to identify and address methane leaks from production facilities. I've heard some concerns on how third-party monitors could misuse the program to harass or target oil and gas operators. I wanted to follow up on Dr. Joyce's question regarding third-party monitors. How will qualifications for third-party monitors be determined?
Well, thank you for that question. That was one of the most important issues we dealt with between the time we proposed the program and what we finalized in December, because the industry itself, while being generally supportive of the program, because they thought it would help them accomplish what they needed to in terms of reducing leaks and other unwanted releases, came to us with a series of suggestions as to how to address those issues. And essentially, thanks to those suggestions and our own work, what we finalized is a program whereby we certify the third parties, and then the third parties bring their data to us. They don't go public immediately or don't go to the operators immediately. They bring the data to us. We review the data, and then after we reviewed the data, EPA goes to the operator and gives the operator a chance to respond. And again, what we think is, with industries supporting the basic principle of the proposal, those changes will address the issues you raised.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to try to get my last question in here. During the rulemaking process, do you believe the EPA properly solicited and accounted for feedback from small and mid-sized producers?
We worked really hard on that. We really understood how important it was for this rule to be workable for everybody in the industry. And we're going to continue to work with small producers because a lot of them ultimately will be subject under the federal rule to state implementation. We provided states with a certain amount of latitude to address a whole range of factors, and we plan to be supportive of states as they and we work with small producers.
Okay, I hope you read their testimony on the next panel. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes gentlelady from California, Ms. Barragan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Johnson, and congratulations. We'll miss you. Mr. Goffman, thank you to you and EPA for your tireless work to protect our air and our water from pollution. Methane is a major contributor to the climate crisis and is released with toxic air pollutants during oil and gas operations. EPA's historic methane rule to cut emissions by 80% helps the United States lead on climate action and is important for communities living near oil and gas wells. Over 1.8 million Latinos live within a mile and a half of an oil or gas well, including in my district in South LA, where we still have urban oil drilling near homes, schools, and businesses. We have high rates of respiratory diseases, such as asthma, and too many kids with inhalers around their necks. Mr. Hoffman, how will the finalized EPA methane rule help the health of communities like mine that live near oil and gas wells?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman, and thank you for actually so directly and concisely framing the basis, framing the context in which this rule is going forward. It's precisely because there are communities that live and work near these operations that this rule will provide benefits directly to them, because not only do the effects of climate change harm those communities and put stresses on them, but when methane is being reduced, air quality pollutants and air toxics are also being reduced. And we identified significant reductions in air quality pollutants and air toxics right at the site that the methane reductions are being made, which means right at the site of those communities where those folks live. So as this rule is implemented, we will be seeing significant reductions in air toxics like benzene and toluene, volatile organic compounds, all of which reductions will bring avoided illnesses, avoided lost work days, avoided lost school days right in those communities.
Great, thank you. In December of 2021, I led 15 members of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus in a letter to EPA urging a strong methane rule that ends routine flaring, which is the burning of excess methane at a well. How does the final rule address flaring, and how significant of an impact will this have on methane emissions?
Thank you for that question. That was one of the parts of this rule that we worked hardest on, both the same way you articulated it in your and your colleagues' letter. And this rule has, I would say, an extensive regime for reducing flaring that we spent a lot of time ensuring would be actually workable, so that, you know, not only would we have a good rule on the books, but we'd actually have a very strong program in place so that operators, in a variety of circumstances, could comply with the rule and reduce flaring.
Great, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I would like to submit into the record the letter signed by the Hispanic Caucus calling for a strong EPA methane rule. And number two, a September 2022 study titled Inefficient and Unlit Natural Gas Flares Both Emit Large Quantities of Methane by the University of Michigan. This study found oil and gas flaring is responsible for 5 times more methane emissions than previously thought.
Okay, without objection, we'll take a look at those, but without objection, so ordered.
Great, thank you. And just a quick follow-up here. Half a dozen adopted California climate and air rules are waiting on federal waivers from EPA. These rules include zero emission standards for tugboats, locomotives, and trucks. Some waiver requests have only recently been submitted, but others have been waiting for EPA action for nearly a year. Will EPA prioritize the review of these waivers?
We always try to be responsive and timely in our addressing the waivers that come in, and we're continuing to try to be timely in our responses.
Okay, if EPA were to approve all of these waivers, nearly 9,000 lives could be saved, and California would see $75 billion in public health benefits. This also has national implications since other states can opt into California standards. I urge EPA to make these waivers a priority. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Obernolte, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I'll join my colleagues in expressing my dismay that you'll be leaving us. You've been a great mentor to me, and let me point out that unfortunately your departure reduces the ranks of the computer scientists in Congress by 1. And so I would suggest that in addition to the responsibility for training more computer scientists, which I know you will do as president of a university, you now have a responsibility to send more of them here, because I would say we're underrepresented. All right, I appreciate that. Mr. Goffman, I appreciate your testimony today. I wanted to continue a line of questioning about the methane emissions charge that's part of this proposed rule. Obviously we are, the EPA is going to impose a charge on the emissions of methane during the production of energy and set that at an appropriate level to hopefully incentivize people to, instead of paying the charge, to invest in the technology to reduce methane emissions. But one way or the other, these producers are going to pass that charge along to their customers in the form of increased energy prices. I'm gratified to learn that the EPA has done some investigation of how much that's going to increase energy prices. I heard you say earlier that it would be about $0.25 a barrel. Is that correct, for oil?
That's for the Clean Air Act regulation that we
Okay, so talking about specifically natural gas, how much will the methane emissions charge increase the price of natural gas to consumers?
On the methane emissions charge, we haven't released the proposal yet, so we haven't released the answer to that question. We intend to issue the proposal very, very shortly, and we'll be sharing with the public the answer to that question, which is what we think the impact will be on consumers, and I'll make sure that we follow up with you directly. One of the things that Congress, it wasn't really us, it was Congress that I think deserves the credit for such a well-designed program, is that Congress set the level of emissions and the efficiency quotient that defines whether an operation is liable for a charge or not. We think, and we've gotten feedback in this area, that a number of operators will invest in their own operations to increase their efficiency.
I'm sorry to interrupt. My time is limited here. I mean, the point is that regardless of whether or not you choose to pay the fee or you choose to make an investment in more efficient operations, your costs go up, therefore the cost of producing the energy goes up. So you're saying you don't have that information today?
Because the proposal is still being wrapped up and we haven't released it publicly yet, so.
All right.
can't
Are,
really
are you also going to do an analysis of how much, since the cost of energy is a primary driver in the cost of living, how much that's going to increase poverty in the United States?
We'll be looking at the consumer impacts.
Okay, and I would imagine you're also going to be looking at how much, since the cost of energy is one of the primary drivers of inflation, and since that's been one of the primary things that has been causing misery for Americans over the last 18 months, are you also going to do analysis of how much this rule is going to increase inflation?
I understand the question. I think it's there are others who will be looking at that in addition to the agency.
I'm sorry, others, not the EPA?
No, that's not. We analyzed specifically the impact of the proposed charge.
Okay, so you'll be releasing an analysis of how much you think this will increase the cost of energy, how much you won't think it will increase the rate of poverty, but not how much it will increase inflation.
We'll be focused on the impact on the cost of oil and natural gas.
Okay. How about, I mean, obviously, since this is a cost that we're imposing on U.S. producers, but not on producers of foreign energy that's imported into the country, will there also be an analysis of how much this will shift consumption potentially to foreign sources of energy instead of domestically produced?
At a literal level, I'm not sure that we're looking at that, but I do want to emphasize that this is a rule that's intended, or rather, it's a statutory provision that's intended to promote increased efficiency of operations, which, as we've seen, really contributes to U.S. leadership globally in this sector.
Okay, I mean, I understand, and I see I'm out of time, but just making the point, I mean, we can claim moral leadership in imposing this type of regulation, but if this regulation increases the cost of domestic energy and forces American consumers to consume imported energy, you know, that's not showing economic leadership. Those are very different things. So I'm looking forward to seeing the results of these analyses. In particular, I'm concerned about the economic costs of these EPA rules on the consumers that I represent, because they're already struggling to afford the energy that they're buying today. And if it's more expensive in the future as a result of what the EPA has done, that's of concern to me. But so I'll look forward to reviewing those, and thank you for your testimony today. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Ms. DeGette for her 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Goffman, I just want to jump right into it. Methane is responsible for about 1/3 of the current warming that our planet is experiencing. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it's also true that oil and natural gas operations are our nation's largest industrial source of methane, right?
That is correct.
So because industry can financially benefit from methane capture, most of the industry are supportive of capturing methane so that they can make more of a profit. Is that right?
Yes, and industry has undertaken a wide range of voluntary efforts to eliminate methane leaks and to recapture it.
So one thing EPA is doing is utilizing, this is from your testimony, utilizing resources provided by Congress in the Inflation Reduction Act. You're actually partnering with DOE to provide money for companies who are trying to reduce methane. Is that right? I believe it's over $1 billion.
That's right. That's what Congress provided.
Okay. And you've worked in promulgating all of this. EPA has worked with industry. Is that right?
That is correct.
And one of the things, this is also from your testimony, one of the problems we've had, it's not necessarily the large companies, it's the small and low producing wells that account for roughly half of all oil and gas production, methane emissions. Those are the ones that frequently have the hardest time with the capture. Is that right?
I think that's right. You put your finger on it. Often low yield operations are high emitters. And
Right, and that's why the final rule provided for additional compliance flexibility for the sources located at small or low producing wells, so that it could really incentivize the capture of those wells.
yes.
Is that right?
And we expect that a number of the participants in the funding program will take advantage of the funding for that group or for those kinds of sources.
Right, because they want to capture that methane and incur the economic benefit.
That's right.
This is what, see, I try to talk to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle about this. It's not a zero-sum game. If you help these producers capture the methane, it helps with climate change, and it also helps economically for them. Now, in June of 2021, President Biden signed the Congressional Review Act invalidating the Trump administration's 2020 methane rescission rule, which tried to block EPA's authority to regulate methane from existing sources. And I know about this because I was the sponsor of this bipartisan effort. And it reinstated 2 Obama-era methane emissions rules that set stricter limits on the amount of methane the oil and gas industry can release. So my first question about this to you is, how did that 2021 CRA lay the groundwork for the recent methane regulations?
Well, thank you for that question. One of the things in the legislative history that CRA included was a reaffirmation of EPA's longstanding Clean Air Act authority to set these standards. Congress went even further in the Inflation Reduction Act, Section 136, by, in effect, ratifying what we had then proposed under that very same authority.
Great, thanks. Now, EPA's final methane rule addresses emissions from both new and existing oil and gas operations. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And why is it important to address existing sources of methane in the oil and gas industry?
Because the existing sources are a significant part of the oil and gas sector methane inventory.
Okay. And how is EPA tackling the existing sources in the final methane rule?
We're, in effect, identifying the technologies that are used to reduce methane. Those technologies are the basis of the standards that we apply directly to new sources or modified sources. We then are telling the states that, as the Clean Air Act directs us to do, to meet their obligation to put together state plans whereby the states will be implementing the reductions based on those same technologies. So we're creating a level playing field so that what the industry's already done, what the industry leaders and innovators have already done in deploying clean technology can be used across the industry.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll add my congratulations on your opportunity to enjoy your family life, but we will miss you. I want to reclaiming my time. We've already lost to Michigan. That was a disaster. But reclaiming my time, I want to clarify for you, Mr. Goffman, that energy is the most inflationary commodity in our entire economy, and that these proposed EPA regulations are going to impact the cost of everything Americans consume, whether it's goods or services, and it'll be compounded because that energy cost gets added at every stage of production, refinement, distribution, point of sale. That includes groceries, that includes household utilities. All total compounded, Biden inflation has reduced household purchasing power by over 17%. That amounts for the average family of four of over $15,000 or almost $1,300 per month just since Biden took office, and this will just add to it. So you may know more about what your EPA regulations will do in terms of methane emissions than you do about the economic impact. I want to ask you something else on that same line. You're proposing these regulations in the context of climate change, but you don't make any projection on how it will impact the climate in terms of temperature reduction or sea level rise, because I don't think that's really the main point here. I think the main point here is this administration's determination to eliminate fossil fuel or hydrocarbon fuel as a part of our economy, which I find that very interesting, considering where China is. China holds the third largest coal reserves in the world, but they're consuming coal at such a rate now that they're a net importer of coal. They've got the world's largest shale gas reserves, but because they don't have the technology to access it because of geological structures and the depth of it, they're importing over 40%, and it's projected by International Energy Administration that they'll need to import over 60% of their natural gas by 2030. My colleagues keep talking about how well China's doing with their renewables. They only produce about 7% of their overall electricity. But the thing that I want to point out is that if China switched from coal to natural gas, it would reduce their carbon dioxide emissions by up to 50%, from 4.7 billion metric tons to 2.3 billion. That's the equivalent of taking 500 million gasoline cars off the road. It's the equivalent of what India emits in a year. Shouldn't the Biden administration be encouraging the production of natural gas for export to China and India to help facilitate the conversion from coal to natural gas, considering the enormous impact that my colleagues have already pointed out in terms of emission reductions in the U.S.?
Thank you for that question. We think that what this package of rules will do, including the elements provided by the Inflation Reduction Act, will actually strengthen our industry because it'll invest in increased efficiency. And we think that actions like this,
You've already admitted that it will increase the cost, and the cost gets compounded.
Congressman, we analyzed the cost impact of the oil and gas standards, and what we projected is that it will increase the cost of crude oil production by 1/3 of 1%. We also projected that the price increase on natural gas production would be about 2%, and that's in 2028 in the case of natural gas.
But it'll be compounded.
2038
It'll be compounded
in
in the cost of everything that requires natural gas. I'll do a little research on what the actual cost might be, talking with other people that I have confidence in. But the point that I want to make is that natural gas is necessary for the production of ammonium nitrate fertilizer. 80% of the cost of that is natural gas. You eliminate natural gas, you cut the world food supply in half. These policies have a major impact on people. It's 90-something% of pharmaceuticals. I see I've exceeded my time, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back, and no more discussion about college football, please.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes a gentlelady from New York, Ms. Clark, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our ranking member, Tonko, for holding today's hearing. I also want to thank you, Mr. Goffman, for being here today to testify on the EPA's final regulations for methane in the oil and gas sector and the methane emissions reduction program. As we continue our collective fight against climate change and the negative impacts it has on our planet, livelihood, and health, we must recognize the dangers of methane pollution. The oil and gas sector produces roughly 1/3 of U.S. methane emissions, which are 84 times more powerful than carbon dioxide pollution. And it is our responsibility to work to curb these emissions and hold polluters accountable. Research published by the Environmental Defense Fund shows that methane is a key contributor to smog a mixture of pollutants that reduces visibility and has negative impacts on respiratory health. New Yorkers and many others across the country experienced heavy smog and its harmful effects last June as wildfire smoke moved its way across the country and forced New York City to issue an air quality health advisory. The wildfire smog experienced in my district last summer is the harsh reality of many communities surrounding oil and natural gas facilities, as methane produced there is a key contributor to smog. So, Mr. Goffman, can you please address the impact of methane emissions on those who work at these facilities and live in the surrounding communities? Additionally, when can we expect to see the impact of the methane emissions reduction program on the health and well-being of surrounding communities?
Well, thank you for that question. And we think that one of the benefits of of EPA's methane standards and the Inflation Reduction Act investment in cleaning up these operations is the reduction not just in methane emissions, but in the emissions of volatile organic compounds and air toxics like benzene. In those cases, we'll see improvement in air quality, since VOCs are ozone precursors, and air toxics like benzene and toluene are associated with a range of illnesses, including cancer. So the immediate effect, as the methane is being reduced, will be the reduction in these other pollutants, which affect the air that people breathe right in those communities, and therefore affect their public health.
Do you expect when do you expect that we'll be able to see the impact? Is this something, I remember when the travel was limited during the pandemic, it seemed as though our air quality spiked to new heights. Is that similar, or will there be more of a phased in?
In this case, if you put together what Congress included in the Inflation Reduction Act with the Clean Air Act standards, you'll be seeing, we think, a phase-in of the benefits, but some of those phases will start right away.
Very well. The EPA has begun utilizing the resources afforded by the Inflation Reduction Act to reduce methane emissions and ease the transition for all oil and gas facilities, including small and independent-owned facilities. Many oil and gas executives are already asserting that EPA is utilizing a one-size-fits-all approach that is hurting their business and will cost workers at smaller facilities their jobs. Mr. Goffman, could you tell us about the programs and the grants the EPA has made available to ensure a smooth transition for smaller facilities as they work to reduce methane emissions?
Well, thank you for that question. We think the grant program reflects Congress's intent under the Inflation Reduction Act to address that set of issues. If you will, as a first step, Congress provided EPA with money to move on to the states so that they could provide funding for small and low-producing operators to close down the non-producing or low-producing wells to avoid additional methane emissions. I should say that the way the Inflation Reduction Act was written, if those wells or when those wells are closed in and shut down, that will exempt them from the waste emissions charge, which is obviously a benefit to those operators. We'll soon be announcing a new round of funding, again provided by the Inflation Reduction Act, to address a wider range of emission reduction opportunities.
Very well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back, and best wishes to you in all of your future endeavors.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. The gentlelady yields, and the chair now recognizes my friend from Texas, Mr. Weber, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And listening to all these, our colleagues talk about you leaving and giving you congratulations and best wishes, I'm thinking, I don't mean to out you here, but you're only a little over a year younger than I am, and I'm thinking, would I really at this age want to go back to college? I'm just asking. Well, congratulations. We're going to miss you, Bill. Mr. Goffman, do you know what country was the top methane producer in 2021 according to the IEA?
sorry, I didn't catch the word country or
Do
company.
you know what country or college? And there might be some colleges were the top producer. But anyway, do you know what country was the top producer?
Not off the top of my head.
The answer is China with 58.4 million tons of methane, nearly twice the emissions of the United States. Do you know what country has led the world in reducing emissions since 2005?
I would like to think it was us, the United States.
Well, I'm glad you think that so, because that's entirely the fact. The world has about 8.1 or 2 billion people, if I remember my facts right. Let me just give you some quick rundowns. India has about 1.4 billion. They actually lead China by 10 million. China has 1.4 billion. Then it's USA has 340 million. Russia has 147 million. The rest of the world accounts for 4.7 billion. Now, why am I of population? Now, why is that of interest to me? I think we would all agree that the USA is a very small percentage at 4.6% of the world's population. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, that's pretty easy math. Do you recognize that China, India, and Russia and others are absolutely polluting more than we are?
Generally speaking, we are the world's leaders in cleaning up air pollution.
I'm glad you recognize that. Would you further conceive of the possibility that the EPA's actions quite probably could be problematic and even threatened with higher costs and then thereby threaten our energy security?
These rules enhance our energy security.
You think they enhance our energy?
Yes.
I want to follow up what Mr. Obernolte said in y'all's discussion. He said it's actually putting a cost on U.S. producers. But the other countries that I just named around the world who outpollute us big time, it doesn't affect them at all. So in effect, what we'd be doing is hamstringing our energy producers while the rest of the world does little or nothing actually to try to keep up with us. It would be a real, you could see that might, I won't hold you to a yes, but that could conceivably be a problem, no?
In the last 2 years, the U.S. has led a global effort to undertake and implement a wide range of commitments across the world in reducing methane.
But
U.S. leadership has not only been recognized, but it's been effective.
But if it cost our American consumers more money for their energy, as was pointed out by Gary Palmer and others, then we're not getting a good bang for our buck. Let me go on. It could disadvantage the USA. I'm gonna actually list a few areas, not only in energy security, economic security, the balance of trade. You heard about how much coal that China uses and how much they're importing. It could absolutely hurt us in that regard. Energy security, which I would posture the theory, or the fact, I would call it, that it actually is national security. The world is unsafe right now. We had better be in the best energy position we can possibly be in, not just for our consumers, but for our military as well. Does even the slightest possibility that that could somehow be a problem for our Americans, does that concern you at all?
These rules actually improve our energy security because what we expect to occur, and we're already seeing it occurring, is that compliance with the Inflation Reduction Act or anticipation of the IRA is leading to the recovery of methane.
So you think
we're
that
seeing economic
increased
benefits.
energy costs, and let me just go back to your written testimony that the EPA, quote, carefully considered the nearly 1 million comments it received on its recently finalized methane regulation. How many personnel did you have looking at those comments?
I don't know the answer off the top of my head. I'd be happy to get you that.
Are you here to say that they looked at every single one of them and they weighed all the comments individually?
We didn't just look at comments. We actually had ongoing discussions with a number of stakeholders, including industry stakeholders.
Well, I raise the issue because I'm extremely concerned that the EPA is plowing ahead with what sounds like good policy, but it winds up maybe costing us in more ways than one. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we are going to miss you. We're proud of the job you've done and the leadership that you've shown. Mr. Goffman, welcome to the committee. Can you tell us, you know I represent the Permian Basin. We've had the conversation on the phone recently. Can you tell the committee the reduction in methane emissions in the Permian Basin over the last 5 to 10 years?
I can get back to you with that question.
32% over the last 5 years. 32%. So my question is, do we have a problem?
What that sounds like is what we have is leadership in the industry in the Permian Basin.
Agreed. I'm concerned because nobody from the EPA and the C-suite has been out there, even though I've asked. So it's been said that y'all have consulted with industry. Can you provide me a list of companies in Midland, Texas that you've consulted with? Just name 2 or 3, if you can.
I'd rather get back to you with a complete list
Okay.
rather than just trust my faulty memory right here.
I think the fact is that I'm not sure that anybody in Midland, Texas was consulted. I don't know that anybody in the Permian Basin was consulted. I'm not sure that anybody at a small independent level was consulted. Maybe Exxon was, but I'm not sure that the industry, and we'll hear from the second panel. Mr. Goffman, will you commit to listening to the second panel?
Yes, and can I ask you, I guess, something of a favor? As you know, the EPA standards are ultimately implemented by states, and if there are particular stakeholders, companies, leaders that you want us to engage with as the implementation of the standards and the other parts of the IRA go forward.
We'll get you that list, but I want to see a list from EPA.
Okay.
Who did you talk to? How many companies you talked to? What was the size of the companies? What type of industry? Was it production? Was it exploration and production? Was it midstream? Was it downstream? Was it refineries? Was it storage? Who did we talk to? Okay, tell the committee, tell people, I want you to talk to Midland, Texas now. Tell my district how you are going to implement this tax. And who? Because the threshold is 25,000 tons of equivalent CO2, right?
That's the threshold.
So nobody under 25,000 tons will be subjected to this tax. Is that a true statement?
That's our understanding of the statute.
You said earlier you have latitude in how you levy this tax. So does that latitude mean that you're going to dip below 25,000?
No.
You're not? Okay. I'm glad to have that on the record that nobody under 25,000. So talk to me about how the tax will be levied, because 10 days ago, people were supposed to collect data. So talk to Midland, Texas now and tell me how that tax is going to be levied. I want to know, practically speaking.
Well, the 2024 system or obligation for operators is to continue what they've been doing for several years, which is to report their methane emissions under the current Subpart W greenhouse gas reporting rule. The revisions that Congress asked for that we proposed early in 2023 are in the process of being finalized. But right now, our understanding, and we believe sources' understanding, is quite clear under the existing greenhouse gas reporting program, Subpart W.
I think there's a lot of questions on how this is going to be levied. And when terms like our understanding is used, it leads me to believe that there's confusion, even from the EPA. And especially, I'm glad you brought up Subpart W, because under the IRA, the expansion of Subpart W, those that could be affected by it, the registry of data, has expanded quite a bit. So it leads me to believe that people that are under 25,000 metric tons of CO2 equivalents per year could be subjected to this. And that's very, very concerning. But I'll ask you again, do you think we have a methane problem in the United States in the production of, and do you know how much production has increased over the last, 10 years or so?
There are significant opportunities to reduce methane more, reduce other pollutants more, and increase investment in efficient operations. Those reduction opportunities, which Congress clearly wants us to be taking advantage of, will provide significant economic, energy security, climate, and public health benefits.
As you'll hear from the second panel, thank you for committing to listen to it. Nobody wants to have dirty air, dirty water. And they've, in fact, over the past 5 years in my district alone, had a 32% reduction in methane intensity. So I'm not sure that the lack of dealing with industry, and I'm looking forward to seeing the list of exactly which companies you dealt with, I'm not sure that the problem is being met with the right answer. And I'm not sure that the problem actually is not that the United States of America is the world leader in clean production, and we should continue that, and these rules absolutely threaten our energy security. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. He yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your service to this committee. We will miss you, and I'm sure you'll have a much happier life. Thank you for being here today. Civics 101, the backdrop of all of this is a fundamental philosophical disagreement between the left side of the spectrum and the right side of the spectrum on how far we should go on regulatory frameworks. That's fundamental to our debates in Congress, and that's okay. Our side believes that, well, there's a set of limiting principles that must be applied when you're thinking about regulations. There's certain questions that must be asked about cost versus benefits, side effects you weren't thinking of, and infringement on personal liberty, right? These are questions that must be asked. My problem, and the reason I'm a conservative and not on the left side of the aisle, is because that kind of thinking usually goes like this. If one piece of regulation is good for the environment and doesn't have too much costs on human prosperity, well, then 10 more must be better, maybe 100 more. But of course, that's not true. There is a diminishing return on the benefit of regulations, and I think we're at that point in our history where we're arguing over whether we've reached that peak or not. I think we would argue that we have. And we have some decent evidence for that. It's been said here before. We've watched our emissions decrease more than any other country. We've decreased our methane emissions despite having increased use of natural gas, increased energy demand. We've decreased our air pollutants by 70%. I'm just going off EPA's website here. We've done some amazing things, and so there's a real question as to whether, if we keep going, what is the marginal benefit here? And so that's what we're all getting at. One of the things I noted when you guys do your calculations at EPA, and you do a cost-benefit analysis, but somehow you came up thinking that this is going to have, that these methane regulations are going to have more benefit than costs. So the costs are about $30 billion a year. That's just according to EPA. I bet industry would probably disagree with that. We could debate what the costs are, but there's certainly costs. So what about the benefits? How do you come up with those benefits? I noticed that the social cost of carbon, which is a key ingredient in assessing the benefit of something, because you want to make the externality as costly as possible, right? To make eliminating it as beneficial as possible. So you made your social cost of carbon $190. The Obama administration's social cost of carbon was $42. So how do we explain that discrepancy?
Well, thanks for that question. That's certainly gotten a lot of attention. Just to be clear, these rules were based on the Clean Air Act and its provisions, as well as the Inflation Reduction Act, not based on a social cost of carbon calculation.
Sure, but as you go through the rulemaking process, I assume there's a cost benefit, and then you sell it, right? You sell it saying, hey, there's a benefit here, there's a cost. But let's go to the social cost of carbon. How do you come up with that?
After we've applied our legal standards to the record, we come up with a result, and then we look at the benefits using that. Now, what we did as an agency and as part of an administration was we did an exhaustive review of state-of-the-art, peer-reviewed economics and other science to revise the calculation. In 2017, I think the National Academy of Sciences laid out a sort of blueprint for how best to improve the calculation.
Coming up with that calculation of the social cost of carbon, are you including the RCP 8.5 model scenario for climate change?
I'll have to get back to you.
I think you are.
Answer.
I think we know the answer.
Okay.
I don't ask questions I don't already know the answer to. So you are. That entire scenario has been debunked. The UN Intergovernmental Report on Climate Change the panel on climate change does not use that scenario. They say it's wildly unrealistic. For that scenario to be true, globally we'd have to increase our coal consumption by 8 times. That means building another coal plant every single day. We are obviously not on track to do that. There is no other way that you can almost quintuple the Obama administration's social cost of carbon without relying on these wildly unrealistic scenarios.
I'm sorry, I may have misheard. Did you say RCP 8.5?
8.5.
I'd like to check on that and get back to you if that's okay.
I would love to hear it. I mean, that kind of thing should be very public. We should know what kind of scenarios you're relying on to make your assumptions on very, very important things like the social cost of carbon, which inform very important things like a cost-benefit analysis of a regulation. There's no perfect solutions in policy. There are only trade-offs. And so that cost-benefit analysis is everything. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, the chair of the Oversight Subcommittee, Mr. Griffith, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I, too, although I'm not a regular member of this committee, will miss your leadership on our full committee and on other subcommittees, and really appreciate your service as we have overlapped since our first day here. But appreciate you very, very much. Thank you. All right, now to the questions. EPA decided to give third-party organizations a mandate to monitor and publish emissions data that can later be used for enforcement proceedings in the methane emissions reduction program. Now, Congress has created quasi-governmental monitoring organizations in the past, but I'm not sure where the EPA gets that power or whether or not Congress has ever given them that power. So I'm asking you, can you give me a site for the authority for the EPA to create these third-party monitors out of the Clean Air Act?
We based or identify our legal authority in both Section 111 and Section 114 of the Clean Air Act.
But neither of those references third-party organizations, if I remember having read them correctly. They don't reference third-party organizations doing the monitoring. So let me ask you this. Let's assume for the sake of argument that you actually have the authority to create it for the time being. How will these third-party emissions reports interact with the methane emissions on tax computations?
Let me answer the question. It's a two-part answer. What we finalized for the super emitter program puts EPA back in a very important role. While third parties who have to be certified collect information, now they submit the information under what we finalized to us. We review the information and the data, and then we provide the information and data to the operator before we make anything public. So this is back in the sort of EPA envelope or
You're going to do with it, and then you tell the company before anything's ever made public, but what do you do with the tax? You're using that data then ultimately to create the tax computation. Is that correct?
Well, no, that's
so you're not going to use that data at all for the tax computation?
Well, we have
either you're using it some, you're using it none, or you're using it exclusively. Pick you one of the three. It's real simple. Are you using it at all? Yes or no?
We have a proposal out that addresses this issue and asks for comment, and we'll soon have a second proposal out under the waste emissions charge that will address this as well. So we are in the middle of engaging with stakeholders in the industry around these questions.
So after whatever the process is comes up, what's the standard of proof to change that result?
It'll be what we hear from, what we see in the record, what we've gotten from stakeholders.
So they get to decide if the standard is preponderance or clear and convincing?
I'm sorry?
I'm asking you for the evidentiary level to change the finding of this organization or this process that you've got. What's the evidentiary standing for a company to come in and say, we challenge it? Is it going to be preponderance of the evidence? Is it going to be clear and convincing, or is it some other standard? I mean, clearly you're not leaving that up to stakeholders to decide, are you?
No, not at all.
Yeah, of course not. So, but that's what you told me just now, so I think you misunderstood my question. So the question is, what's the standard of proof going to be to change the collection? After you've collected the data and whatever process you come up with, what's going to be the standard of proof to challenge that?
Well, again, we're going to be looking at the quality of the information that
Okay, I'm asking you the standard of proof. Clear and convincing evidence, preponderance of the evidence, what's your standard? If you don't know, it's fine.
I'm sorry to be dense, but we usually don't think in those terms. We think of what really is supportable by the information that's submitted to us.
And will the company, as my time's running out, will each gas and oil well operator have to come before the EPA and dispute the data that's collected in the process that's gone through each year as to how much methane actually escaped? Or will that be something that you do over a period of years? Is it going to be an annual review, or are you going to have a review every several years?
What's required in the context of reporting, in the context of the waste emissions charge, this is an annual system.
It's an annual system. Okay, that was what I was looking for. So you've still got, some of this stuff still has to be baked, and then hopefully it'll be a little bit better. I've only got a couple seconds left. I will tell you, without being compelled to do so by government in any form or manner, company that's operating in my district is now pulling methane out of active coal mines because it makes sense to do it, not only from an environmental standpoint, but because they can then mix it with natural gas and make money off of it, and this helps the environment and helps create dollars in the United States. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Castor, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to wave on to the committee today, and I wish you all the best in your future endeavors as you depart the Congress. Mr. Goffman, thank you very much for being here today. It is a very important time for us to be discussing how we reduce methane pollution. Methane is a potent and dangerous greenhouse gas, and EPA has a critical role in reducing it. Just last month, a large number of members, Democrats and Republicans from this Energy and Commerce Committee, attended and represented the United States at the International Climate Change Conference. One of the most important accomplishments, climate wins to come out of the COP28 conference was the international consensus to reduce methane pollution from the oil and gas sector. It was largely due to the leadership of the United States of America and our negotiators that over 150 countries joined together in the Global Methane Pledge. They announced key steps to reduce methane pollution by at least 30% by the year 2030. And moreover, around 50 of the world's largest oil and gas producers pledged to end methane flaring and make badly needed investments in methane leak detection. This consensus emerged because tackling methane pollution is about the lowest hanging fruit we have in the fight against the rising cost and the growing impacts of the climate crisis. Curbing methane is one of the most effective ways to reduce warming in the near term, and it was just confirmed that last year, the calendar year 2023 was the hottest year on record globally. And I know in the committee we've heard a lot of discussion about the economic impacts to the oil and gas companies, but there is a very significant economic impact of the heating planet on the folks I represent back in the state of Florida and all across the country. Let's list a few. Rising property insurance, rising the cost of flood insurance, hotter summers now, we have to run our air conditioners longer. Certainly these hotter temperatures impact the ability of people to work outside. So let's not forget that there is a larger economic cost, if we do not tackle the low-hanging fruit that methane pollution presents us with. Likewise, if you're a consumer, you want your policymakers addressing the incentives that right now often encourage producers to waste gas that is produced. Rather, we should be looking, and that's what I hope your rulemaking will do, encouraging the plugging of leaks, delivering more product to end users. So I think curbing methane pollution is a win-win. Can you talk about, in addition to the Clean Air Act and the new direction in the Inflation Reduction Act, how do the EPA's various rulemakings to reduce methane pollution augment or complement this global methane pledge?
Well, thank you for that question. And this administration has been working very hard in a variety of international forums to first establish the global methane pledge and then expand its reach to well over 100 countries. Here's how it looks to us like these rules support that. First of all, it's leadership not just by talk, but by demonstrated action. In addition, these rules are based on the technological innovation and leadership of our industry over the last several years. And along with the Clean Air Act standards and the provisions of the Inflation Reduction Act, we anticipate that industry will continue to invest in improving operations, increasing their efficiency, and innovating in technologies that not only are used here to further strengthen our industry, but technologies that will be available to industry on a worldwide basis. And so that continuing supply of innovative technologies and practices will be responsive to the pledges that companies, most recently at COP28, and countries back in 2021 and 2022 made to the global methane pledge.
Thank you. I'm proud of America's leadership in the world to reduce pollution. And I think you've highlighted an outstanding opportunity to, again, provide that technology to other companies in other countries. So thank you very much. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Goffman, thank you so much. You've been very patient with us today. Thanks for, again, for being here. I look forward to chatting with you again soon. And have a great rest of your day. We will now transition to the second panel for today's hearing. And I ask the witnesses to take their seats, please.
I just didn't want you to rush.
Yeah. Well, thank you to our witnesses for being here today. By way of quick introduction, Mr. Michael Oestmann, President and CEO of Tall City Exploration. Mr. Patrick Montalban, have I got that right? Montalban?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Montalban.
Chairman and CEO of Montalban Oil and Gas Operations. Am I still saying it wrong?
Good enough for me.
Okay. Mr. John Goldstein, that's an easy one. Senior Director of Regulatory and Legislative Affairs with the Environmental Defense Fund, and Mr. Drew Miller, Managing Partner at Miller Energy Company. Mr. Oestmann, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Chairman Johnson, Ranking Member Tonko, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for holding this important hearing today and for the privilege of expressing my views from the perspective of a small independent operating company. My name's Michael Oestmann, President and CEO of Tall City Exploration. I live in Midland, Texas, located in the center of the largest oil production region in the country, the Permian Basin. I'm a geologist with 41 years of experience in the industry. I've worked in various capacities, including building oil and gas companies. For the past 12 years, I've managed a small oil and gas company which grew from 3 employees with no production to having 35 employees and 25,000 BOE per day. I know we can all agree that addressing air emissions in ways that make the air safe and clean for all of us to breathe is the right thing to do. I've spent most of my life in Midland. I've raised our children there, plan to continue to live there and enjoy the good weather, breathe the clean air, and drink the clean water. As almost all operators do, Tall City prides itself on producing oil and gas cleanly and making sure our company complies with a wide range of laws and regulations currently in place. It's the right thing to do. When Tall City purchased its most recent assets, the greenhouse gas intensity was 59.2. In 2022, even after significantly increasing production, we reduced that measure by 2/3 to 20.1. We did this by reducing flaring, spending additional capital on new facility designs, installing vapor recovery units, converting to air-actuated pneumatics, moving away from trucking, taking additional risk by building facilities before wells were tested, and proactively conducting leak detection surveys to identify and repair any leaks. So I get it, but there's a right way and a wrong way to approach the issue. Leveraging company and government resources in ways that make sense and actually create results is something we all support. Today's hearing is extremely important, putting a spotlight on the regulatory overreach of the EPA as it relates to methane regulation and the adverse impact on small producers without measurable environmental benefit. There are 3 major EPA actions coming down the pike that concern me. The Subpart W proposed rule, the just finalized Quad O, B, and C rules and guidance, and the IRA's MERP charge intended as a tax on methane, but measured by CO2 equivalent emissions. While I have a number of specific concerns with these rules, which are outlined in my written testimony, the fundamental concern with this regulatory bundle is that the EPA is attempting to implement rules that go beyond the charges given them by Congress. For instance, a much larger number of small operators will be subject to the taxes under the MREP than Congress intended. The IRA targeted large operations emitting 25,000 metric tons of CO2 equivalent, but now, because of a combination of changes to 2 separate rulemakings for Subpart W and Quad O, B, and C, a typical producing well that emits much smaller quantities will now be required to pay the tax. While I'm still trying to figure out if Tall City can continue to economically exist under this framework, one thing is certain: if these rules are implemented as is, oil and gas development will be curtailed. If operators are not able to economically produce, we will be forced to shut down operations, which decreases domestic production and ultimately increases the cost of oil-based products like gasoline. While oil demand is still strong and will be for decades, a direct result of implementation of these rules will be to move jobs, wealth, and power to our adversaries who produce without regulation or conscience. Incredibly, the United States has just achieved a production record of 13.3 million barrels per day, while at the same time significantly reducing emissions. This proves American operators can safely produce the oil and gas the world desperately needs, strategically strengthening our allies and weakening freedom's enemies, and we can develop these God-given resources cleanly and with an environmental sensitivity unparalleled by any other operators in the world. In view of these benefits, I believe the EPA should reconsider both rules, withdraw them, and start over. Congress' intent in the IRA is clear, but the EPA has largely missed the mark, and the changes recommended go to great lengths to burden the industry without actual environmental benefit. Instead, I urge Congress and the EPA to consider incentive-based partnership approaches that will more likely lead to real and quantifiable environmental benefits, preserve American jobs, and move the world toward a secure energy future. My thanks to all of you for participating in this hearing, bringing these important issues to light. I would also like to thank my lovely wife, Kathy, and my business partner, Angela Staples, also Tall City's Senior VP of Land, for joining us here today and supporting our efforts here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oestmann. Mr. Montalban, I can't hear very well, and apparently I can't read very well either, but I just figured out I left out the B. Mr. Patrick Montalban, you are now recognized for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Johnson, Ranking Member Tonko, members of the subcommittee. Thank you for holding this important meeting and hearing, allowing me to have this honor in testifying before you. My name is Patrick Montalban. I'm CEO of Montalban Oil and Gas Operations. My background, I was born in Billings, Montana, and I got my secondary education in geology from the University of Montana. My history, I worked with my father as a first generation in Montana in the oil and gas business for 30 to 40 years, building a number of different companies. In the last 20 years, I have taken over our private company, and I'm now proud to report that my son is a third generation in building this small independent company. We have 15 full-time employees. We provide a good benefit package. We provide $35 to $40, a full health insurance plan, paying for the family and the wives, 100%, paid vacations and sick. We operate over 500 wells, 350 stripper gas wells, and 150 stripper oil wells. These are wells that produce 1 and 2 barrels a day. 500 wells, natural gas, that produce 5,000 or 10,000 MCF per day. If there's one thing we could make clear to the committee today is we're representing the small independent here, the very small independent. And that's very important because we're going to be affected the most by this egregious proposal by the EPA. We generate through production taxes and property taxes in the state of Montana. We provide scholarships. We're the largest operator in the Blackfeet Nation in northwest Montana, and we work very closely with Chairman Scott Kipp Sr. as the tribal chairman and the Blackfeet Tribal Council. An important source of royalties paid by the small independents to the Blackfeet Nation is also important around the whole country. I might add that in New York, there's 191,205 royalty owners. In Ohio, 45,900 royalty owners, and 178,500 in Pennsylvania. These will all be lost if we plug and abandon these stripper wells that are so prominent around our country, not only in Montana, but in every state that we operate. I've worked in the state legislature for 30 years. I've worked on the regulatory side of taxation. I've worked on both sides of the aisles. We worked together to try to solve problems. We ask all of you to work together on this and make this so we don't put small independents out of business. The effects of the current administration's new regulations literally will put small independents out of business. These stripper wells only produce small amounts, as I mentioned earlier. We will close the doors. We do not need to go back to the 70s, which many of you might not remember, but we have an unbelievable oil and gas renaissance that was created by the independents in this fine country. We're not a part of that, unfortunately. We produce stripper wells, but we're proud to be part of the oil and gas business in America. We're concerned with the greenhouse gas reporting, the recent finalized methane rule, and the Inflation Reduction Act. The IRS tax is going to be based on emissions of 25,000 pounds of CO2. We think in MCFs in our business. We think of barrels of oil. This is very difficult for us to really try to wrap our hands around. And as you heard from the testimony today, they're not very clear either on what they're doing. They can't even provide us the information for us to follow the rules and do what's right. We're willing to do what's right. We think it's important to protect the environment in our state, and we'll continue to do so. The requirements are vague. One of the things I'd like to mention is the plug and abandonment requirements in these rules. We already have to go through the Board of Oil and Gas in Montana and the BLM and provide a procedure on how to plug and abandon a well efficiently. They have people and staff on site, and this is done very efficiently and doesn't bring any issues to the environment. We are regulated by a number of regulatory bodies, the EPA and the BLM. We ask that the subpart W proposed rule should be withdrawn, and the testing and inspection rule should be reconsidered and work more with the small independents. We believe in a clean and healthy environment. I'm a fisherman, skier, and hunter. We love the environment and protect the environment in the state of Montana. The one thing that we've seen very quickly is that it's not only this EPA rules that's affecting us, but it's the BLM rules by taking up higher bonding issues. I will say one thing, Mr. Chairman, in closing. They are trying to put us out of business as small independents. And who is next? Is it the farmers? Is it the ranchers of our country? There should be not a choice in this fine country of who they should choose to take out of business. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Montalban. And Mr. Goldstein, you're now recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair Johnson, Ranking Member Tonko, and members of the committee, I'm John Goldstein, Senior Director of Regulatory and Legislative Affairs at Environmental Defense Fund. With more than 3 million members, EDF is working across the U.S. to create transformational solutions to our most serious environmental problems. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I will focus my testimony on the vital benefits of the Environmental Protection Agency's recently finalized methane standards, as well as the Methane Emissions Reduction Program and Greenhouse Gas Reporting Program update provisions in the recently passed Inflation Reduction Act. Reducing methane emissions from oil and gas operations is a triple win for the climate, public health, and our energy security. Reducing methane emissions is the fastest, most cost-effective way to immediately slow our rate of global warming. Oil and gas companies are the largest industrial source of methane. In the United States, they emit at least 13 million metric tons of methane annually, an amount that has a greater near-term climate impact than 200 million cars driven for a year. And cutting methane and the other dangerous air pollutants emitted alongside it are important to protect the health of the roughly 10 million Americans living near an active oil or gas site. Methane is the main component of natural gas. U.S. companies currently waste enough methane to meet the annual energy needs of more than 12 million households. Put another way, they waste roughly a third of the gas Europe was importing from Russia before the invasion of Ukraine, gas that could be brought to our allies. Efforts to cut methane pollution also support job creation in the growing methane mitigation industry. This industry has nearly doubled in size since 2017 and is made up of more than 200 companies across the U.S. More than 75% of these firms have reported that they expect to create additional jobs with strong methane policies in place, made in America jobs that are high-paying and cannot be offshored. Beginning in Colorado in 2014, states under both Republican and Democratic leadership have established requirements to reduce the oil and gas pollution and the waste of domestic energy resources. Since then, many leading operators have gone beyond regulatory requirements to phase out polluting equipment and quickly find and fix leaks. EPA's 3-year rulemaking process received historic levels of support from oil and gas producers and originated in the bipartisan passage of a Congressional Review Act resolution in 2021. EPA estimates that these requirements, when fully implemented, will cut pollution from covered sources by 80%, reducing tens of millions of tons of climate-damaging methane and other toxic smog-forming pollution from oil and gas, resulting in up to $7.6 billion in net economic benefits per year. And these requirements are extremely cost-effective, resulting in a de minimis price impact per barrel of crude of less than 0.4%. Compliance costs represent less than 1% of annual revenue for producers. The IRA's Methane Emissions Reduction Program, or MERP, complements and reinforces EPA's methane standards. Each tool plays an important and reinforcing role in tackling methane pollution. MERP recognizes the importance of EPA methane regulations and contains an exemption from the charge for companies in compliance with protective methane standards. And leading companies have already pledged to limit emission below MERP's thresholds, meaning they would not need to pay the charge at all. MERP also includes more than $1.5 billion in funding to reduce methane emissions, funding to state and tribal agencies, communities, and producers themselves. EPA and the Department of Energy have already announced the commitment of $350 million in funding to 14 states: Texas, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, California, Ohio, Illinois, Louisiana, New Mexico, Kentucky, Colorado, New York, Michigan, Utah, and Virginia to help companies mitigate methane emissions at end-of-life wells. And because the charge only applies to operators of large facilities with major emissions, smaller companies will not be subject to the charge. And MERP sets aside $700 million specifically to assist owners of marginal conventional wells with making emissions reductions. Finally, MERP's directive to EPA to update the greenhouse gas reporting program to incorporate empirical data is critical to ensure emissions estimates and MERP's waste charge accurately reflect total methane emissions from oil and gas facilities. Studies have found that methane emissions are on average 60% higher than EPA estimates. To fix the problem, we must improve reporting to accurately reflect emissions from facilities and as they change over time. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes our next panelist, Mr. Miller, Managing Partner at Miller Energy Company. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Johnson, Ranking Member Tonko, and the esteemed members of the committee for having me here today. My name is Drew Martin. I'm the Managing Partner of Miller Energy Company. We're a small producer in the state of Michigan. We produce 670 barrels a day. We have 56 employees, and we distribute royalty checks to over 2,000 people on a regular basis. Quite simply, this one-size-fits-all approach to the methane tax and the performance standards, Quad O subparts B and C, do not work for marginal well producers like me, and I'd like to explain to you how. The first problem with the methane tax for my business is that the way that you find out if you are above or below the 25,000 metric tons is not representative of my type of well. The EPA has taken a single kind of well and imputed that across all wells. So my types of facilities, my gas to oil ratios, my reservoir pressures are being treated the same way whether I'm in Texas, North Dakota, Oklahoma, or Kansas. And so it makes it so a marginal well producer has simply been left out of the conversation. The Quad O subpart C standards are how I would get out of the methane tax if I was above the 25,000. Right now, we are below, but we are concerned that the subpart W changes could bump us into that, and then we don't have a way to get out of it because the subpart C is so cost prohibitive, I will not survive it. So let's talk about the subpart C regulatory requirements. I have 263 facilities. 231 of them are being categorized as the central production category, the super emitter category, the largest emitting category. 231 of my 263. They produce on average 1.5 barrels per day. That leaves 31 wells, facilities actually categorized in the small well category. That cost is $2.1 million to my business in the first year. Last year, 2023, my business spent $11.1 million total in operating expenses, and we just added 2.1. The second problem with Quad O subpart C is that I will no longer be able to vent any gas. My wells produce 2 days a week, 5 days a week, very inconsistent, and the gas that we produce is absolutely minimal. I only sell gas in one of my 52 fields. We use as much of the gas as we can. I'm actually a net gas buyer. I buy propane to run my facilities. The cost for me to go buy 150 flares using $40,000 per flare is $6 million. Therefore, next year, when the Quad OC is implemented by the states, I will have $8.2 million of additional expense. Again, we spent 11.1 last year. That's over 70% cost to my bottom line. I can't survive that. I don't believe many of my peers in Michigan producing marginal wells can survive that. The last piece that I'll say real quickly is that there's the subpart B standard, which essentially makes it so that in Michigan, there will be no investment in additional oil and gas production. If we make a major modification or we drill a new well, we have to find a sales point for the gas. And again, my wells don't produce much gas, and a new drill for me won't produce much gas. So therefore, I'm spending an inordinate amount of money to put in pipelines to find a sales point. Our utility won't even give us a sales point. I mean, the last estimate I saw was over $700,000 to connect in. The numbers don't make sense for marginal well producers. The last quick thing I'd like to say is there's a timing problem with the methane tax. So if Subpart B is adjusted and I am in the 25,000 metric tons and I do have to pay the tax, that will go into place with data from '24 with the tax due in 2025. But my state and the tribes that we produce from have 2 years to come up with the plan and another 3 years for implementation. So I could be in a scenario where I'm actually paying a tax on a guesstimate, an imputed data estimate of my methane and my carbon footprint, before I even have the compliance standards that allow me to show I'm the good actor that was talked about this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, this plan just does not work for Miller Energy. It doesn't work for my peers in Michigan, and it doesn't work for marginal well producers across the country. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our panelists for coming today to share your stories. They're important stories. You know, inside the DC Beltway, the world of hearings, debates, emails, memos, policy, it's important to recognize folks who actually produce something useful for a living, something tangible that we can all use and that we must rely on. So thank you for what you do in your businesses. So the Greenhouse Gas Reporting Program, also known as the Subpart W Proposed Rule, issued this August, the just finalized methane rule, and the IRA's methane emission reduction program are all regulatory actions you will have to comply with in addition to existing state methane regulations. Mr. Oestmann, the president has recently been touting lower energy prices as if his administration's policies had something to do with that. This administration has waged an all-out war on American energy, issuing hundreds of actions that make American production more difficult. This suite of methane regulations is just the latest on the list. How will the methane emission reduction program, or the national gas tax, and their final regulations on methane impact energy production and, in turn, energy prices?
Well, it's going to reduce it, as I said in my testimony. It's going to harm it. And it also makes operators like me question what the future holds for us. Do we want to keep being an operator and try to figure these things out? These rules are complicated. They're difficult to understand. We have to hire additional staff, and the penalties are severe. From my understanding, some could even be criminal. And we want to do the right thing, but it's hard, and it makes us question the way forward. But ultimately, it's going to cause a disruption in supply, or less supply, in my opinion.
Okay. For Mr. Martin, Mr. Montalban, and Mr. Oestmann, each of you can take a shot at this. How does this uncertainty contribute to your existing operations and decisions about future investment? And please keep your answers brief if you can, because I've got a lot to get through. Let's, Mr. Oestmann, you just went. Mr. Montalban, let's start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very quickly, this will reduce our income. We'll create and pay for all our bills through internally generated cash flow. What financing we get through is community banks, and the government's even trying to get between the funding and financing of community banks for our small business. This will be detrimental to our business.
Okay, Mr. Martin?
Being uncertain of a $900,000 minimum tax plays a huge role in our budgeting process and could prevent us from doing a handful of operations in the field that would actually add cash flow to our bottom line.
Okay, Mr. Oestmann.
Uncertainty makes it difficult to plan ahead. We have many uncertainties that we face in the business, like the price of product. This adds to that uncertainty and it makes it difficult to plan. It will cost us money, we know that.
Okay. And for the three of you again, you know, it's clear a much larger number of small and mid-sized operators will be subject to taxes under the IRA methane program that Congress originally intended. A larger number of those will be subject to that. This law was passed strictly on partisan lines, and this provision was passed without any committee hearings. The IRA was, without any expert analysis on the impacts, including prices to consumers or domestic production. It's clearly flawed, and the EPA is implementing it well beyond the scope of what Congress intended. So for the three of you, once again, it appears the EPA is looking forward on this tax, or moving forward on this tax that will hit small businesses the hardest, even though the agency has provided little to no guidance on how these businesses are supposed to prepare for such a tax. The rules for the IRA tax are due out in the next few weeks, although there's no guarantee of that. How are you dealing with this compliance uncertainty? And please keep your answer short. Mr. Martin, you get to go first.
Very quickly, my team has spent over 100 hours studying how we could operate and survive under this environment.
Okay. Mr. Oestmann?
We've done everything we can in our operations for the last year to reduce our methane emissions, and so that's how we prepare for it.
Okay. Mr. Montalban?
I take care of the engineering geologic work for our company, and my son takes care of the financing, and we don't have the staff to do this. We'll have to contract that out.
Okay. All right. With that, I yield back, and I go to the sit-in ranking member here, my good friend, Mr. Peters, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to dispense with my talking points for a second, and I'd like to ask you some questions. But the conundrum is this, that even though the small wells, and I have it here, low-producing oil and gas wells are responsible for approximately half of the methane emitted from all well sites in the United States, while accounting for only 6% of the nation's oil and gas production. And my challenge has always been this. Like, I know that when I introduced legislation back in 2001 with Ranking Member Dingell to strengthen rules on methane emissions from the oil and gas industry, that was eventually signed into law by President Biden. That resolution was supported by the big guys, BP, Cheniere, Occidental Petroleum, and we were very encouraged by that. But my friends from Texas continue to tell me that it's not about them. It's about the small operators, and that's where the difficulty is. So I want to address you, and I'm going to address you, Mr. Oestmann, because I've been to Midland twice. I met people in the field. I was very impressed with the commitment to doing good work of the people out there. I mean no slight to Montana, where I enjoyed vacation, or Michigan, where I spent my childhood. But I did want to talk to you. So my challenge has always been, how do you get everybody to play? I take you all at your word that you're all good actors. You're trying to do the right thing. But so many people out there may not be, and that's why I want to get everyone under some set of rules that we can all play by the way, to be fair to everyone. And I hear this notion we should go back to the beginning. Would you tell me kind of reflection on, if you have a reflection on how I would enforce rules for everyone to play by? I'm interested in whether you thought the $25,000 minimum, does that mean anything to you? And there's a promise to provide money through the IRA to help you with compliance. Does that mean anything to you? What can we do to get this right from your perspective and have everybody in the game, not voluntary, but mandatory?
I appreciate, first of all, your earlier statements that I heard and your willingness to come to Midland and Lubbock and the places you've been. It demonstrates your interest in really solving the problem. So thank you for coming out there. And you're right, when you meet these guys in the field, you see the incredible effort that's being made to do the right thing. Right. And so that's my experience with people out there. We are already, I think the answer to your question is, we already are under a lot of regulation from the state about our emissions, and companies like mine are doing everything we can to reduce emissions. So I think the regulations are in place already to do that. And I'm not experienced with rogue players out there that aren't doing the right thing. That's just not my experience. I think almost all operators are trying to comply with these regulations.
Does the $25,000 minimum mean anything to you? Is that helpful, or is that irrelevant, or how does that play into
It's a number. We calculate it. That's how we got our greenhouse gas emissions. We exceed that amount when we're drilling wells and fracking. A lot of ours comes from burning diesels, not emissions from our well site. We capture, I think, almost all of that gas. But when you have operations, I think there's probably
Don't tell anybody in this room you're burning diesel.
Huh?
Don't tell anybody in the room you're burning diesel.
Oh, sorry. We're pumping fracs, and but we reported that. I think it's a self-reporting thing right now, actually. And so we were proud of the fact that we significantly reduced the greenhouse gas intensity from our operations, but it comes from other things besides leaks. The other thing I would say is we need to figure out how to really quantify methane. From what I understand, you have a certain valve that counts X, whether it's leaking or not. You have a certain pneumatic device, it counts a certain amount. That's not the right way to really reduce emissions, in my view.
Well, let me just say to you, back in 2016, we had the first cut at methane rules. They were very technology focused. Today, we have technologies in satellites and on the ground that can detect the presence and concentration of methane. It's a huge advance in technology. It's been driven, by the way, by customer demand, because folks in Europe and Japan and South Korea want clean gas. So there's been a reason to develop that. I think that's a great innovation. My preference would be to regulate based on emissions, not on what pump you put in or what compressor you use. That would, I think, be more efficient for you all. You'd all to decide kind of how we meet the standard. It would be better for the environment too, because we're not regulating a proxy for emissions. We're actually regulating the actual emissions.
That sounds reasonable to me, and I would support that.
And let me just say this
Chairman
to you, and I've
Joyce.
said it to Mr. Pfluger as well, who's a friend and came up and yelled at me after, because he's frustrated. We're not seeing eye to eye on this. I want to make it work, but the thing I think everyone has to understand is we have to have rules that apply to everyone. And even as much as I trust you and Mr. Montalban and Mr. Martin to do the right thing, it's just fair to have everyone subject to rules. I'd like to have rules that make sense, and I express to my Republican colleagues the willingness to see if we can get there. But I can't be opposed to what we have if it's all we have, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia for his 5 minutes.
Thank you all for being here. I'm down here. I'm struggling a little bit, so bear with me. I really do appreciate y'all being here. I was a small businessman, and small businesses are extremely important, and they are the backbone of our economy here in America, and I want you to know we appreciate it. And it's good for us to hear from you, because too often I think that we want to hear, or not that we want to hear, but we only hear from the bigger companies, and we need to hear from the smaller guys, and certainly this is a great example of it. Your perspective on our natural gas industry, especially on the smaller producer side. It's my understanding that this rule would, if they finalize these methane rules, the EPA's methane rules, that it'll lead to the shutdown of 300,000 of the 750,000 low production wells. That's almost a 40% closure. That's amazing. I don't think there's any secret as to what's going on here. I think it's obviously the administration using the regulatory process to do away with oil and gas. I think that's exactly what it is. It's being used as a tool, as a weapon, if you will. We don't produce oil or gas in Georgia, but we depend on it. For 11 years in a row, we've been the #1 state in which to do business. We have available energy, and we need to make sure that we have that in order to get the businesses to come. We just opened up the 2 nuclear reactors, started up 2 nuclear reactors, the first in over 30 years here in this country, and very proud of that. That helps us with the base load. But we need to have energy in order to attract these businesses. I've got an LNG export plant in my district, one that was initially, or formerly I should say, an import facility and was converted to an export facility. We're exporting cleaner natural gas out of this country that is helping all of the world globally to decrease carbon emissions, and that's important, and decrease emissions, period. But the other side is touting the methane rule as a climate win, when in reality, all it is doing is keeping production in the ground. So that's something that we need to be concerned about. Let me ask you, and I don't have any particular reason or any particular person, I'll just ask everyone, can you discuss how the administration's actions would impact our ability here in America to produce natural gas and be globally competitive years down the road? I'll start with you, yes, sir, down at the left.
Mr. Chairman, did you want to speak?
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. Carter, Patrick Montalban, again, what we're trying to represent here is that we represent the very small independent operators. There's so many different levels of production in America. What amazes me is when you talk about lost emissions in the natural gas business, If we produce 5 or 10 MCF out of a well, we have to get that to market through our gathering system and our compressors. And we have emissions reports that we turn into the DEQ in Montana, and we're already regulated. So the bottom line is, for the smaller producer, these are going to be devastating, repetitive regulations and rules, and they will literally put us out of business. As you mentioned, those are 350,000 companies that affect rural Montana, rural America.
Right. Anyone else?
Representative Carter, to offer a contrasting thought there. When it comes to global competitiveness, American energy needs access to foreign markets. And it's not just the United States that's moving on this issue. It's also our big markets overseas. The European Union is in the process of putting requirements in place on imported energy. China is in the process of putting requirements in place on imported energy. And so in my view, this is, I think you're right that it's an important issue, but it's one where these sorts of requirements in the U.S. are helping ensure that our producers have access to these markets.
Good.
I'd just make a quick statement from a crude oil producer, not so much natural gas producer. These rules actually make us buy more propane, burn more propane in flares, increase emissions just to meet the requirements in Quad Osa Part C. So
Essentially, they're doing the opposite of what they're intended to do.
In my specific case, yes.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm about out of time, but again, I want to thank y'all for being here. Small businesses are extremely important to me, having been a small businessman for over 32 years, and your role is extremely important, and we need to keep that in mind, and I applaud the chair for setting this up, because this is the kind of information we need in order to make an educated decision. So thank y'all. Now yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now yield myself 5 minutes for questioning. I thank Chairman Johnson, and I thank the witnesses for being here today. As I said in the first panel, America is currently lowering our greenhouse emissions by harnessing the natural gas resources that are under the feet of my constituents. Pennsylvania is now the second largest energy-producing state in the nation. The investment that this industry has brought to rural areas, like the one that I represent, is helping to breathe economic life back into small towns across Pennsylvania. This is a success story. It's a success story for hardworking men and women that should be recognized by the Biden administration. But instead, President Biden's EPA seeks to attack and stifle the industry. The undermining of energy innovation, it has to stop. We need to focus on helping the natural gas industry innovate so that it can continue to produce clean, reliable, and affordable power, the power that my constituents need. My first question is for you, Mr. Martin. It is clear that this regulation will have significant effect on businesses like yours. What steps would you like to see the EPA take to work with companies like yours who might find compliance too onerous and detrimental to the operations that you face?
Thank you, Congressman. I think the most important thing is something I hit on in my first 5 minutes, and that's my basin, Michigan producers are very different than producers in other parts of the country. So really having a strong state regulator, I think, is important for us, someone that understands our geology, our gas to oil ratios, our specifics to our wells. And then as the Congressman, Mr. Peters, mentioned earlier, having regulation that matches our actual emissions rather than estimates that are based on equipment and just pieces of metal on the ground, truly looking at what we're doing. Our amount of gas production is so minimal and infrequent that we are just missed in the regulation.
Let me tie that together, because I listened closely to your opening testimony, and the one-size-fits-all regulatory approach that the EPA is taking clearly cannot accurately be applied to different types of production. And you mentioned that in your testimony, in different basins, in different geographic areas. Can you explain, and you touched on that briefly, why state management of methane emissions is the most effective way to ensure reliable production while also managing those emissions?
Sure. So essentially, we have area geologists from the state regulator that are in the fields with our employees. And mind you, the way that I manage my assets, I have an employee that sees every single well and every single day. And when they're off on a weekend, they have a substitute. So we manage each of these wells very intensively. It's not phoned in from somewhere else. We are there looking. They're seeing things, they're smelling things, they're hearing things. And our area geologists are actually there with them from the state regulator to experience that with them. I don't know how you can do that from a national perspective.
Mr. Oestmann, methane is already regulated at a state level. How do you expect these new federal methane regulations to work with your existing state regulations?
I suspect they will conflict in some ways, and our challenge is to take 1,700 pages of rules and try to decipher what it means and how they do impact it. And so that's going to cost us money, time, and probably cause less development ultimately.
Mr. Montalban, this new final rule leans on states to enforce new standards on hundreds of thousands of fossil fuel wells, pipelines, casings, and other pieces of infrastructure. Given your incredible experience with the state legislature and regulatory agencies in Montana, do you think that the states are equipped to implement these new regulations?
I can only speak, Mr. Chairman, excuse me. I can only speak for Montana, and at this time, we are not set up to handle these regulations and these new regulations. And again, I would like to make sure that it's clear that we are currently regulated by the Department of Environmental Quality, the Board of Oil and Gas, the Bureau of Land Management, and the Department of Interior. On all of these discussions that we're currently having, it's a repetitive amount of jurisdiction, and it's more bureaucracy.
I thank all of the witnesses for testifying, and now I yield to the gentleman from, Mr. Palmer from Alabama.
Thanks, Chairman. Thank the witnesses for being here. In our previous panel with Mr. Goffman, had the opportunity to point out that if China were to convert to natural gas and away from coal for producing their electricity, it would reduce their emissions by 50%, equivalent of taking 500 million cars, gasoline cars off the road. It would be a reduction tantamount to the entire emissions of India. In that context, is it extremely important in terms of reducing emissions for the U.S. natural gas industry to expand and perhaps become an exporter of natural gas to China and even India? Mr. Oestmann?
Yes, sir. I think that's absolutely correct. I think the best thing we could do to reduce worldwide emissions is to emphasize the development of domestic oil and gas, which is produced cleanly and under regulation and mostly by gentlemen like this that are conscionable. And that's the best way to drive emissions down. Using oil and gas into the future is a reality.
Well, that's how we've driven our emissions down here is we've converted predominantly from coal to natural gas.
Right.
It's projected that by 2030, China will be importing about 60% of the natural gas that they need, and they're already importing coal, even though they have the world's third largest coal reserves. So China is not going to back off on energy production. India is not going to. Emerging economies in sub-Saharan Africa and Latin America are not going to. It puts us in a position where we could sell natural gas to these emerging economies, reduce emissions, reduce our trade deficit, and maybe even generate revenues to help pay down our national debt. Does that make sense, Mr. Montalban?
It makes very good sense. And, you know, even though we're not involved in the export of natural gas, we provide a needed, valuable natural gas to our local communities in Montana. I would like to recognize the tremendous success that we've seen in the industry in the last 10 years with this new renaissance with horizontal drilling and fracking. We've changed the world and we've changed our country to be energy independent.
Well, it's interesting that we've done this. China doesn't have the technology to extract natural gas because, and they have one of the largest reserves, maybe the largest reserve of natural gas in the world, but because of the geologic structures and the depth of the reserves, they don't have the technology yet to get there. The other thing that I want to make, Mr. Martin, is that the previous witness, Mr. Goffman, made the point that this increase would only amount to about 2%. What he fails to also recognize is that that's 2% compounded because energy cost is the most inflationary component in the entire economy. Everything that you use, everything that you consume, every service you use has an energy cost, compounded many times over. And if it's just compounded 10 times, an item that would cost $100 would cost you $120. That's 20% inflation. We're already suffering through over 17% reduction in buying power for households since Biden took office. So doesn't it make sense? Does it make sense for the administration to add to the burden that American families are suffering under right now?
Thank you, Congressman. First of all, I don't subscribe to the numbers that were shared this morning. As I clearly illustrated, we're seeing a 70% estimated cost of implementing Quad-O Subpart C. I think the other piece of it is that's really important for people to understand is, as a producer of crude oil, I have no control over the price of crude oil. I don't get to change what I charge people for, producing my product. So I'm stuck with a fixed amount of income, and I have to adjust with those inflationary items. So
What China does to address that is the Chinese Communist government put price controls on their energy producers to the degree that when the price of coal doubled between March and September 2021, they just quit producing energy and resulted in blackouts. Kind of reminds you of California. But I want to speak to something else, and it's the law of unintended consequences. Imposing this new rule on these smaller energy producers, I think, is going to put tremendous pressure on their ability to survive, and you're going to wind up with some mergers going into the bigger companies, and that's going to have a cost impact on the American consumer. Mr. Oestmann, Mr. Montalban, I'd like for y'all to respond to that.
That's absolutely correct. It will hit. It will also hit all the subcontractors that work on these projects as well, and it will be devastating to them because they rely on small companies to work for.
Mr. Montalban.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Palmer, it's going to affect the small independents because, quite frankly, we just can't afford these things. People just don't understand that we're driven exactly what Mr. Martin mentioned. Currently in Cutbank, Montana, we have a $16 differential. In Cushing, it's $3. So we don't, as small independents, we don't get to choose or have an option of what we're paid for our crude oil or natural gas. And the bottom line is that everything we're talking about here is going to take jobs away from rural America.
Mr.
These
Chairman,
are good-paying jobs.
Not only can these small operators not afford it, the American people can't afford it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and the chair now recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Tonko, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Goldstein, we have already heard a lot about how EPA's final new source performance standards rule is going to impact jobs, but I do not believe we have heard the entire story. America has a long track record of being the global leader in developing pollution control technologies, and I do expect that will be no different, certainly in this effort to address methane pollution. Your testimony mentioned that the methane mitigation industry has nearly doubled in size since 2017. These companies expect considerable growth in the years ahead. This is corroborated by a recent report from the Blue-Green Alliance, which found EPA's rule may result in a net annual increase of over 10,000 direct and indirect jobs, including in manufacturing, construction, and operations and maintenance. So is there significant job creation potential from efforts to reduce methane pollution from the oil and gas industry?
Thank you for that question, Ranking Member. I believe that there absolutely is, and you don't have to take my word for it. You can talk to this industry itself. So an economic consulting firm called Datu Research did a survey where they went out and talked to these companies, and they found that 75% of them reported that they intended to increase their employment with strong requirements in place. And we've already seen that play out at the state level in states like Colorado and New Mexico that have acted on this issue at the state level, and the job creation that's resulted as a result of that.
Thank you. And in addition to jobs, members of this subcommittee are often discussing innovation. And methane mitigation has a really great story. I mean, the development of these technologies alone. So how have the technologies to detect and fix and prevent methane leaks, how have they improved in recent years?
Thank you for the question. The technologies are in a very exciting state of improvement and development. The state of the art just a few years ago was using infrared cameras to go out and find and fix leaks. And those are still very effective. But with the state action and now the federal action on this important issue, we're seeing newer, better technologies, satellites, airplane-based technologies and ground-based technologies that are coming to market rapidly. And they are lower cost in many cases and very exciting. One example, EDF's actually in the process of launching a satellite, Methane Sat, which will be able to detect these emissions from space all around the globe at a very effective basis. And so that's just one example of the technology development that's going on.
So you mentioned the cost impact. So are these technologies generally cost effective, especially when considering the value of recovered methane gas, which will then be sold to consumers?
Absolutely. What EPA has found in their analysis of this issue is that these requirements are extremely cost effective. And you're absolutely right. It's because methane is natural gas. And so efforts to limit the waste of it, whether through flaring or leaks or venting, means more energy product. That is one of the chief products of this industry to sell.
So this seems like a very positive story of American innovation solving yet another environmental problem. We know methane emissions have been underreported for many years, and now these technologies to monitor and mitigate these emissions are catching up, allowing both the private sector and regulators to more effectively identify and respond to a climate superpollutant. American companies and workers are in a strong position to be the beneficiaries of this innovation. And I think it's, again, tapping into the pioneer spirit of this nation that is truly part of our DNA, to really think outside the ordinary and get things done where it's an across-the-board win. So with that, I thank you, and Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Allen for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Johnson, for holding this second important panel of witnesses to hear from stakeholders on how methane regulations actually impact their operations. Early in the first panel, I highlighted how aggressive methane regulations will hurt our energy production here in the United States. I would also like to note that last year I was able to go to Midland and saw operations in the Permian Basin, and let me say that it was eye-opening. It is a small and medium-sized oil and gas producers that fuel our nation and provide so many benefits to the local communities. The small business in this country creates 70% of all new jobs. The government should enhance what our producers and operators do, not bog them down with burdensome regulations that stifle innovations. Not only that, these methane regulations will have high compliance costs. Mr. Montalban, as you mentioned in your testimony, you're a small business owner and work with community banks for financial backing. Oftentimes, overburdensome compliance requirements can make it difficult for small businesses to operate due to high compliance costs. Can you walk through some of the difficulties of costs associated with the methane rule that you must take into account when making operational decisions?
You still could hear my voice. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Allen, thank you for the question. I would like to start out with, I know we're here for the methane rules, but we're getting hit doubly by the federal government as a small independent. We're getting hit with the BLM to take on federal lands to take our bonding from $25,000 to $500,000. And when you ask about the funding of this, we can currently use a surety bond or a letter of credit from our bank. The BLM is going to take that opportunity away from us. That will devastate the industry and the small independents and the sale of many properties in the BLM and the federal lands. As far as the methane rules, once again, these wells are very small producers and we can absorb these costs. I've also heard today's testimony that we'll receive some money back from the EPA on some of this. I've yet to see that. I would bet my bottom dollar I won't ever see those dollars. And I will also mention that we have never been asked from any of my people or fellow producers in Montana about this process. I'm part of vice chair of the National Stripper Well Association, communicated with a number of people in other states, and none of them had any input with the EPA in these methane rules.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned that bonding issue. I had the same problem with a letter of credit in the 1992 recession. I mean, I was in the construction business for 40 years, so I know a little bit about what you're dealing with there. You mentioned that your business has positively impacted your local community by providing good-paying jobs and benefits for employees. And of course, one of the greatest privileges that I had in my life was to give folks a good job and empower them to do what God created them to do. And these were good-paying jobs. And it allowed them to provide for their families, their communities, and yes, their church. So if this finalized rule is implemented, how will that impact the surrounding community and your employees?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Allen, again, thank you for the question. I always like to say and tell people when we testify that it takes as many people to operate a 3-barrel-a-day well as it does a 300-barrel-a-day well. And those jobs will be lost. Those monies that go back, that money that is taken back to the Main Street, to the schools, as you mentioned. My wife was a special ed teacher for 35 years in our community. We will lose those incomes, and our schools will go down. Our local residential hospitals will go away without these funds. Right. This will be devastating to the rural communities.
Well, thank you. Thank you for what you're doing in your community there. We're going to do our best to keep you in business. Mr. Martin, I'd like to discuss the methane tax. You expressed concerns with an enforcement body like the EPA becoming a taxing authority. In your opinion, does this exceed the scope of EPA's authority?
Thank you, Congressman. Yes, I do. I believe, one, this has now taken what used to be under Subpart W, a simple reporting structure, and now given the power to be a taxing structure, which is a problem. Essentially, the EPA is the judge, the juror, and the executioner in the situation. And when you couple that with using imputed data that doesn't represent my business, I'm essentially paying a tax on a guess. Yeah. And that's just not appropriate. Thank you.
Yeah, not exactly jurisprudence in our nation. You're guilty and you have to prove yourself innocent. Thank you. Now you yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Balderson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, panelists, all, for being here today. My home state of Ohio is the 7th largest national gas producer in the nation. I've been very vocal in my support for natural gas as a clean energy source, not only for its role in reducing carbon dioxide emissions, but for also providing the necessary baseload electricity generation, given this administration's aggressive push for intermittent resources such as wind and solar. More innovation and less regulation is needed to monitor methane emissions. If we don't get this right, we may lose our competitive advantage to foreign producers. My first questions are for Mr. Martin, Mr. Montalban, and Mr. Oestmann. Gentlemen, and you can go in particular order you would like to go in. Do your companies currently monitor methane emissions? If so, who is doing the monitoring and how is it used? Mr. Martin, why don't you go ahead since you're right there in the front.
Thank you, Congressman. Again, my business produces infrequent and very small volumes of gas. We actually use 50% of the gas we produce in the one field that we actually sell gas in. We use that to fund our operations. So our team is actually hands-on monitoring our production levels for that. In the other areas where we don't produce much gas, there's really no monitoring. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Balderson, is that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. We monitor our wells daily. We have to take and turn in our emissions each month to the regulatory bodies. At the year end, we have to turn in to the DEQ for the state of Montana the emission of every one of our compressors and gas plants that we operate. So we're self-regulated and self-monitored, and we do an excellent job, and we're honest.
Thank you.
We also do daily AVO inspections on all of our wells, but we've designed all of our facilities and spent a lot of money trying to make them with vapor recovery units and so forth, and not to leak methane. We run our own leak and detection surveys periodically to make sure that we repair any leaks. That's how we monitor. We also have 2 full-time employees that calculate emissions based on the models that we've been given.
Okay, thank you. Can you all discuss the public input process and comment period as it relates to these methane regulations? Do you believe the EPA staff that wrote these rules actually listened to the concerns of small business and mid-sized producers? We'll start at the other end, please.
We had no input into it.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Balderson, we had no input at all.
Thank you, Congressman. We did submit comments where we could, but we did have no meaningful input.
Okay, thank you. In early December, many of the world's biggest oil companies announced they would slash methane emissions by more than 80% by 2030. Instead of imposing more government control, how can we make sure that any federal action can protect and incentivize the private market, especially small producers like yourselves, to monitor emissions? In past hearings, I've referenced the importance of the local benefits of your industry brings to the communities where you operate. For example, Utica shale leases, both in the Chairman and I's district, have significantly bolstered the economy in Appalachia, Ohio, providing for upgraded conservation programs, improved water quality, and new recreational opportunities. Can you discuss how your companies invest back into your local communities? Go ahead, Mr. Martin.
Yes, thank you for the question. So we have in the state of Michigan over 65,000 royalty owners. My business distributes royalty checks to more than 2,000 on a routine basis. And more importantly, we contribute to the Michigan Natural Resources Trust Fund, where royalty payments from oil and gas production on state lands actually goes back to the state and is distributed out for grants for parks in different areas.
We also pay royalties, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, Representative Balderson. We also pay 2,500 royalty owners each month. We will continue to do so. That's what we do in our business. And the bottom line is that this is going to take away production of the small stripper natural gas producer.
Thank you.
As a result of our investments, we pay millions of dollars in ad val and severance taxes. Our royalty owners receive millions of dollars. Each well that we drill requires approximately 100 vendors. That's a lot of jobs and a lot of families that are dependent and drive the economy. We employ 35 people. All of that, and then we match their charitable contributions on top of that.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to go a little bit different tact. Mr. Is it Montalban? Is that how we say that?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct, Mr. Montalban.
Mr. Montalban.
We're Italians.
I can do this. And they live in Billings, Montana.
That's correct, sir.
Not Montana. Or Montana. Okay.
Some of my friends call me Montana.
Well, I've been called some things too, and I understand recently. So and you said your wife, I think, taught school 35 years?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct, Mr. Weber. My wife is an absolute angel. She taught special ed for 35 years.
I heard that my beautiful bride of almost 47 years taught fourth grade for 27 years. I lived, breathed, and ate, drank education when I was in the Texas House of Reps on the Education Committee. So my heart goes out to her, and congratulations to you, too. But you live in the community.
Mr. Weber, thank you, because my wife's listening, so
Oh, she is?
I'm going to go home to a very happy wife this evening.
All right, I'll send you an invoice. So, so in your community, because of what you do, and of course, obviously supported by her, because of what you and your family do in your oil well or energy business, you get to give back to that community, don't you?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Weber, it's a pleasure and an honor to give back scholarships to our students that go to college.
Yeah.
We provide needed dollars to the high schools and to the athletic departments of all the high schools in our area that we operate in 4 different counties.
Yeah. Mr. Martin, how about you? You're from Michigan. You live in a town, I guess, where you are able to give back as well?
Thank you, Congressman. Yes, absolutely. We have 56 amazing employees. Our wells are in rural areas covering 15 counties, and we give back on a daily basis. Matter of fact, one of the most fun things I get to do every summer is bid at the 4-H auction. And all the oil and gas guys kind of get together. This has been passed down a couple generations now. And if you're an oil and gas kid, your cow or pig is going to go for a lot more money. So we definitely like to do things like that.
I've been to those 4-H auctions. Sounds like a lot of bull to me. And so how about you, Mr. Is it Oestmann? How do you say it?
Eastman, sir.
That was my next guess. How about you, Mr. Eastman?
We certainly give back and consider it a privilege to do so also. Our employees are generous. They have a matching program that We match up to $1,000 of any charitable contribution they make outside of religious contributions. The company matches that, and then Kathy and I match it again. So they give back all over the community, and we're
Of course, it's safe to say, and you know who TIPRO is. You know, I was in the Texas House of Representatives for 4 years before I got demoted to Congress. And so we paid close attention to the energy Texas was producing. You know who TIPRO is, and a lot of those royalty owners and stuff. Safe to say that some of the people who y'all get to send royalty checks to probably would not have that money if it weren't for y'all. Would y'all agree?
That's absolutely correct.
Yes, I would agree. And Mr. Chairman and Mr. Weber, since you allowed me to open the door about my wife, I want to make sure I say to, because she made sure that she said this to me walking out the door, that it's our company and our son is building this company. Thank you for the time, Mr.
Well, I don't know Billings, Montana, the area very well, but I'm sure there's a jewelry store you can stop by on the way home. You can fix anything. So it's just a pleasure to have that kind of energy industry and be able to be that part of an economy in a country that really does produce energy and it benefits, as John F. Kennedy said, a rising tide raises all boats. How about you, Mr. Goldstein, and your job? Actually, you're in Colorado, right? Boulder, Colorado?
That is correct.
Do you get to see that same kind of effect in that local community?
You know, I, on a personal basis, do volunteer and try and participate in my community as much as I can. I actually live in a small town just north of Boulder called Lyons, Colorado. It's about 2,000 people.
But do you get to see the energy industry that absolutely support the different families and the churches and the 4-H clubs and all of those local things, what in Texas we call the local yokels? Do you get to see that up close and personal?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. We see a great deal of philanthropic effort from a number of industries in Colorado.
Yeah.
We have a pretty diverse economy.
Right.
Energy is certainly a part of it, but not the only part.
Well, I think we would all agree that if we're not careful, the EPA and some of those government regulations is going to impact that and not in a good way. Thank you for what y'all do. Thank you for being willing here to testify and take time from your family and your business to be up here. Mr. Montalban, we will get you the address of that jewelry store. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the chair of the full committee, Chair Rogers, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I too want to thank everyone for traveling here today, being here. Your voices are very important to this debate. What you do as small and independent companies is so important to producing the energy that we need to power our economy and our way of life. So your testimony is important, and I wanted to start with 3 yes or no questions, and I want to start with Mr. Martin, Mr. Montalban, and Mr. Oestmann. So start with you, Mr. So we'll just go down. Yes or no? So it is estimated that EPA's recently finalized methane rules will lead to shut down 300,000 of the nation's 750,000 low production wells. Could more methane regulations and the new natural gas tax force you to shut in existing wells or cancel investments in new production? I just like a yes or no question.
Yes.
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 Do you believe that EPA understands the impact that these new methane regulations and taxes will have on your businesses and jobs?
No.
Mr. Chairman, Mrs. Rogers, no.
No.
Thank you. Did EPA do adequate public outreach to understand the impact of these rules on local economies and small businesses?
I don't think so.
Mr. Chairman, Mrs. Rogers, no.
Absolutely not.
Thank you. As a follow-up, as you all know, the natural gas and oil produced in the United States is already among the cleanest in the world, and we're getting more efficient every day. For example, a recent report found that Texas methane emissions hit a record low in 2022. I'm concerned that EPA's methane rule will threaten the progress we've been making and have unintended consequences on the environment. So I have a couple more questions. First, to you, Mr. Oestmann, and I'd like the others to also address this. Can you briefly explain how this rule may discourage innovation and investments in environmental, health, and safety?
In my case, it may cause us to just get out of the industry. We're at a crossroads in our company of where we're going to go next, and we're trying to figure out what this means and do we even want to operate going forward.
Thank you. Mr. Montalban.
Mr. Chairman, Mrs. Rogers, thank you for the question. The difficult part of this is that my son is third generation, our son is third generation, and these type of regulations are going to make it very difficult for him to continue to build the company and sell our assets, because we're the last people operating these assets in the oil and gas business, and therefore, we're the last stand for them before they're plugged and abandoned. And unfortunately, all this is going to do is make us plug and abandon these assets prior to their economic life.
Thanks for what you do, and thanks for being here today to share. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Similarly, if we're not there to monitor and manage these wells on a consistent basis because we no longer have revenues, I think it'll drastically increase the number of wells that are abandoned in the state, and it'll actually create a larger environmental risk for unmanaged abandoned wells. Thank you.
Again, Mr. Oestmann, would you recommend that EPA, or what would you recommend? What would you recommend that EPA do to improve the methane rules, or should they be rescinded?
I recommended in my testimony a moment ago that they withdraw them and start over and go to incentive-based partnership-type solutions. We are also heavily regulated already in the state of Texas and where we operate by the state regulations. And so I think we're doing a pretty good job of reducing emissions, as evidenced by the fact that emissions have come down while production has significantly increased.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mrs. Rogers, I agree with that statement. We would, I can't answer it any better than that. I think that, I don't want to be repetitive, but that's exactly correct.
Thank you.
I would actually ask the EPA to stay the rule for now, go back and look at how the Quado Subpart C definitions are created, have them take a look at other basins like Michigan and come up with a categorization structure that I could actually operate in. Thank you.
Mr. Martin, would you just speak to what the response has been from EPA when you have shared your comments?
It's been non-existent.
Okay. Again, I just want to thank you all for being here. This is very important. It's this methane rule is one of 120 rules right now that is under consideration with EPA, but it has an absolutely real-world impact, and you all are expressing that well. So thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. And thank you to our panelists. Please indulge us. Votes have been called. We have to go vote. So the committee stands in recess. We will reconvene 5 minutes after the last vote. These are 2 procedural votes, so I don't think it will take that long. So we will try and expedite the process, but we'll reconvene 5 minutes after the last vote.
The committee will come to order. The gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky, is now recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask Mr. Goldstein, I know that we've had quite a discussion about what the consequence has been of the EPA ruling on methane. And I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit and discuss a little bit what the effect would be, and how it's important to hold big oil and, at least in my view, big oil and big gas and see what the consequences are for them as well as for the emissions.
Thank you for the question, Representative. According to EPA's estimates, the final regulations will reduce 16 million tons of smog-forming volatile organic compounds and nearly 600,000 tons of air toxics like cancer-causing benzene over the next 15 years alone in communities across the U.S. Over that time, the standards will result in the net climate and ozone reduction health benefits of nearly $100 billion, even after accounting for industry's compliance costs. EPA estimates the standards will prevent 97,000 cases of asthma symptoms, 35,000 lost school days a year, and hundreds of premature deaths.
Let me ask, you done with that answer? Okay. Let me ask you this. We heard in the earlier discussion with our person from the EPA, from members here saying that this would have a devastating effect on employment, that this would be bad for communities, for other businesses. You just said how much money here in the United States actually could be saved. But do you see that the rule that was offered is going to have immediate effects on oil and gas? It's pretty targeted.
It's going to have effects in terms of limiting methane pollution, absolutely. So EPA estimates an 80% reduction from covered sources. But in terms of effects on the industry in a negative way, I do not think so. And I would point to the leading states that have already acted in this area, states like Colorado and New Mexico, that have, over the past decade, put very strong methane rules in place, rules that help form the foundation for what the EPA has done here. Those states continue to have strong oil and gas sectors in their economy.
So you're saying that if they were to follow the certain methane rules, that actually this gloom and doom, I think, is exaggerated as to what the impact and the economic impact, at least in the short term, for oil and gas, that it's overstated. Would you agree with that?
I would. I think that the danger here, to my mind, is more in the area of inaction than action. As I stated previously, we are part of a global economy, and producers like the ones here today want access to global markets. And I think were these rules not to come into effect, that would have more of a negative impact on our ability to export energy and our ability to continue to have an industry in this country that can do that.
When you calculated what the value would be by having this, did you look into health costs as well that will be saved because of the absence of methane?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that is a significant part of the EPA's cost-benefit analysis, is looking at the benefit in terms of healthcare, reduced healthcare costs.
Great. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to start off, when I had my exchange with Mr. Goffman on Panel 1. My concerns from the responses to my questions of him, the Principal Deputy and Assistant Administrator, stem from the way in which the EPA revised the Subpart W for greenhouse gas reporting that appears to change the methodology in calculated methane emissions to go beyond what Congress directed in the Inflation Reduction Act. And that exchange was a little concerning to me. I'd like to start with a question to Mr. Oestmann and just ask you, tell me about the compliance challenges with meeting the EPA's proposed methane emissions to that Subpart W of the Greenhouse Gas Reporting Program. It's my understanding that this empirical data, which becomes the basis of taxes, now changes in a way that could inflate methane emissions, even if a company can demonstrate it's releasing a lower level of emission. Now, Congress had, the intent was that there can be an average. It can lower when the accounting for the mixer of higher emission emitting versus lower emitting stations. Yet, I'm not clear at this point what the EPA's thinking is. Could I ask you to try to put some clarification into that?
No, I can't help you much clarify the EPA's comments. It's very confusing to us as well. But my understanding is the way that they can make these changes is by changing the models of how these things are calculated, and that gives them tremendous power to basically.
How is this impacting you?
We do our best to comply. We have 2 full-time staff that spend their time trying to interpret these regulations.
Do you have a clear understanding of what you're complying with?
No. We're doing our best, but no.
I think that says a lot right there. Let's go to Mr. Martin. Under the proposed EPA rule, it appears the emissions factors used from the IRA increase dramatically, but without clear evidence that total methane emissions may have also increased given the movement to the tougher emissions factor approach. Is that true? That's what it appears to me. Mr. Martin.
Thank you for the question, Congressman. In simplicity, no, it's not clear.
So I'm trying to figure out if this is a way for the EPA to boost taxes collected. What's that going to do to small independent operators in particular?
Sure.
Comment?
Sure. So I think our biggest concern is when you use imputed data and it doesn't represent our actual emission, the tax is simply inflated. It's simply using what we've reported since 2011 to just create a revenue source. It's not related to our actual emission or production at all.
Okay. Well, just generally speaking, it's not increasing the comfort level here. Let's, my remaining time, Mr. Montalban, from your vantage point, what will be the impact on public and other utilities if the taxes and fees of these inflated emissions due just to changing the math and the prices they pay and the rates that they must charge? What's the impact likely to be on public and other utilities?
Thank you for the question. The only way I can answer that is that we actually sell our methane to public utilities, and we're regulated on the price by ACOC or NYMEX prices, which are very low the last few years. So to answer your question is that, you know, it will not really, in my opinion, change the utilities because they're a very large company and they have a guaranteed rate of return with their investors with a utility compared to a small independent company like ourselves that are using, you know, generated cash flow to run our operations. But the most aggravating part with these EPA is there are no direction. There are no set of rules for us to follow. We have direct permitting requirements with the Department of Environmental Quality in Montana. We have to provide emission every year for every one of our gas plants. These are done every year, and we do it annually and we do it daily as far as how we record these. And so our biggest concern is how much of this is going to be repetitive, and that repetitive recording and reporting of records is very expensive, and the smaller companies can't absorb those costs.
Okay. Thank you, and that was my fear too on the impact of the smaller operators. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes myself for 5 minutes of questioning. Mr. Oestmann, thanks for being here. Home district, Midland, Texas. Thank you for securing America's energy future. Thank you. We heard from Mr. Goffman. By the way, is Mr. Goffman present? He made a commitment to listen to this testimony, and this is a perfect opportunity for the EPA to partner with industry. So that's disappointing, but when we heard from him in panel 1 earlier today, he talked about the suite of methane regulations, the Quad O series, the natural gas tax, the revised subpart W, and he said that they were harmonized. It's a harmonized approach. Would you characterize these promulgated rules as harmonious?
Well, as you've heard from most of us, they're pretty hard to understand. Let me read a little excerpt from the rule. The EPA also proposed revisions that would align GHG RP Subpart W with other EPA programs and regulations, including revisions to certain requirements in GHG RP Subpart W relative to the requirements proposed for NSPS Quad OB and the presumptive standards proposed in EG Quad OC, such that, as applicable, facilities would use a consistent method to demonstrate compliance with multiple EPA programs once their emission sources are required to comply with either the final NSPS Quad OB or an approved state plan or applicable plan in 40 CFR Part 62 Quad OC. I don't know what that means.
Does anybody know what that means? Does anybody, first off, let me ask you a yes or no question. Is anybody against the reduction of methane? I'll start just yes or no.
We're obviously not. We've reduced it significantly.
Mr. Montalban?
As we have, thank you.
Mr. Goldstein, are you against it?
No, sir.
Mr. Martin?
I'm not.
We established earlier in the panel that 25,000 metric tons of CO2 equivalents was what the EPA intended. Now, we had a subpart W issue. Mr. Martin, you've been considered a super emitter, although you have 231, you were talking about 231 of your 260 sites and the wells that you have, and the average being 1.5 barrels a day. Are you a super emitter?
I am not.
Tell me your confidence in what the EPA has said, that the applicability of these rules will not apply to those that are less than 25,000 metric tons of CO2 equivalent. And how will you deal with that, and how do you interpret that?
Thank you, Congressman. Yes, I have serious concerns that any changes to subpart W of the greenhouse gas reporting structure would actually bump us into that 25,000. The problem is the 25,000 doesn't accurately represent what we're doing. It's an imputed number based on assumptions made that don't align with our actual production. The super emitter question, 231 of my 262 facilities are treated as super emitters purely because of how many pieces of equipment I have on the ground, not related to anything volume or production. Thank you.
So for low production wells, for the types of production that you do, Mr. Montalban, what Tall City is doing in Midland, do you have any confidence that the EPA is going to treat you as under the threshold for 25,000, or are they going to apply the rules, therefore costing you, as you mentioned earlier, $8.2 million in cost this year just to comply? And I'll start, I'll start with you, Mr. Martin. We'll go back this way.
I want to make one point of clarity. I believe that the Quad OC performance standards are in place regardless of whether I have to report greenhouse gases. I still have to comply.
Mr. Montalban.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are not a super emitter, and what we're concerned about is once we start reporting these emissions, that they will lower those levels and we will be brought in, because the bottom line is the current executive branch wants to put us out of business.
I'll get to you, Mr. Oestmann. Mr. Goldstein, can you tell Tall City Exploration how the EPA is going to enforce this rule, this tax on their operations?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. I can't speak on behalf of EPA. I don't work for the environmental.
Do you understand the rule and how it's going to be applied?
So it's my understanding that in its first year, the rule will be applied based upon the existing reporting structure that's been in place for many years. So I don't think there will be confusion in the initial year. In subsequent years, EPA is working on its proposal about how it
I think
intends.
there's a lot of confusion on how this is going to be enforced, what it's going to cost people, what types of facility structures and production will be applicable. Mr. Oestmann, last words to you.
As I was talking to Mr. Peters earlier, one of the biggest problems is it's based on a model. So you have a certain valve, it counts X, whether it's emitting or not, and that's a big problem. And so with a scale operation like we produce 25,000 BOE a day, we're going to pay fines, even though we've significantly reduced and done everything we can to reduce emissions.
32% reduction in Midland, Texas, yet we've increased the amount of production by 500%, almost 500%. And I think that's the, let's work on this in a, productive way where we can come together. I'd be happy to work with you, Mr. Peters. As we've mentioned before, my time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here and flying up for this, and appreciate what you do. I guess I'll start with Mr. Goldstein, and you've mentioned a few times that in the aggregate, the overall cost is not that much. It's something like a 2% increase in price. So how do you generally calculate those numbers?
Those are based upon EPA's estimates, Congressman. Thank you for the question. So I think it's less than 1%, I believe.
Okay, but we don't know how they came up with that number. I mean, to our industry folks here, do you dispute that?
Dispute that, yes.
You think the overall, in the aggregate, the prices would go up, and there's obviously a disproportionate share of costs. A big producer that maybe already has some of these detection capabilities will bear little cost. Of course, the smaller producers won't, and so and will bear an excessive cost, as you've mentioned many times. Can maybe for the audience, for the three people listening on C-SPAN, explain to the public what is the benefit of the smaller producers? The economic and societal benefit. You guys do a different kind of exploration, right, with very few barrels a day. But tell us what we're missing out on. If we lose 300,000 of you, or of these wells at least, what kind of impact does that have on society? We'll start with Mr. Oestmann.
Well, it's going to very much decrease supply and ultimately increase the price at the pump, which is what everybody's concerned about when oil goes up. I'll tell you this, the independents are the ones that started the shale boom as well. It wasn't the big companies. It was small independents in Midland that started drilling horizontal wells in the shale and producing oil that changed the world and made us less dependent on foreign supplies. And so when we're having wars all over the world right now and skirmishes, whatever, we're not seeing price spikes, and that's because we're producing a record amount of oil right here in the United States, in my view.
Want to add to that?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Crenshaw. Well, again, when you're producing 1, 2, 3 barrel a day wells and very low volume gas wells, you have a set amount of income, and the higher your expenses go up, the lower your bottom line is. And we create all of our expenditures from internally generated cash flow. We were taught many years ago in the stripper industry not to borrow money. It's a good way to lose the company, and therefore, with these excess costs of having to go through this application, it's going to put a lot of small operators out of business, as I mentioned before.
Thank you, Mr. Congressman. One thing I would add to these two comments is we have an infrastructure of wells in place, and just merely deciding to abandon them creates problems. So not only do we contribute all these wonderful things, jobs and revenues and royalty checks, but in addition, we're managing what's already there. That doesn't just disappear because we decide we don't like a fictitious emission.
Yeah.
Thank you.
One thing that was agreed upon earlier was everybody actually does have an interest in reducing methane emissions. It's from a business perspective and environmental perspective. So again, to the industry experts, what would be the best way for Congress to actually reduce methane waste? It was noted earlier, again, I don't know if that figure's right or not, but 12 million homes could be powered by the methane that escapes. So all of us would rather use that energy. I don't think we dispute that. So what's the best way then for the regulatory framework to work?
I'll just say we're heavily regulated in the state of Texas, and we have a huge economic incentive to use all the gas we can capture. So I think it's in place now, and we're regulated by the Railroad Commission and the air quality groups in Texas, and we comply with that.
And the same way with Montana, we were regulated by the Board of Oil and Gas, and the DEQ is the big one on this issue. And the DEQ is going to be working with the EPA in implementing this in Montana with the DNRC, the Department of Natural Resources. And we are highly regulated today, and our biggest concern, as mentioned before, is the repetitiveness of this reporting. That just, you know, we have no problem taking care and lowering emissions, but if we're already doing it and we're already regulated by these entities, I don't see why we have to do it again for the EPA.
I would simply add, looking for incentives for us to continue to develop technology and produce these wells as efficiently as possible. I mean, instead of punishing us with taxes, maybe incentivize us with tax incentives to apply new technologies. I think there's a lot of things we could be doing.
Okay. And I'm out of time. I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, is now recognized.
Well, I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank you for letting me waive on this committee. You wouldn't let me be on 4 subcommittees, so I look forward to waiving on. And when I have an interest in this because it impacts people in my community in Michigan, I appreciate the opportunity. Mr. Martin, it's good to see you again and your family, and glad to have you here representing the great state of Michigan. Go Blue. We all share the goal of reducing emissions and cleaning up our environment. We said that at COP28. It's emissions that we're going for. There are ways to do that. One size shouldn't have to fit all. But your testimony identifies that these EPA regulations could actually increase environmental risks from marginal wells in states like Michigan. I know you've touched on it. I'd like you to expand on that a bit more. How is this the case that capping these wells, taking them out of production, can hurt?
Thank you, Congressman Wahlberg, and Go Blue. Totally agree. National champs. Real quickly, the bigger problem there is, and I'll try to take my business and then kind of expand it to the state of Michigan. My business, 670 barrels a day coming out of 468 wells. If these rules are implemented the way that I'm reading them and the way that my team has put dollars and cents to them, let's say 75% of my wells go under. Well, if you extrapolate that out to the state of Michigan, because I believe I am representative of the state of Michigan, you take roughly 4,000 wells producing crude oil in the state of Michigan and you put them uneconomic. That takes away jobs. There's nobody to manage them. Those wells will all become what's called abandoned. And not that we won't be trying to take care of them. We've talked with our regulator, we've talked with other operators. I'm on the Michigan Oil and Gas Association board, and we've gotten together and say, okay, how could we all work together to plug wells then if we can't produce them? And so you have 3,000 wells become uneconomic and essentially become idle. The state of Michigan could maybe, if we all work together with, and it's not a dollars and cents, it's a number of people, pieces of iron, rigs to work, we think we could maybe do 300 wells in a year. So this situation creates a 10-year plugging list. So that's 10 years where I used to have an employee look at every single well every single day, and you had an economic value and you had jobs, to simply a well sitting there not producing for 10 years. I can't think of a bigger environmental problem than 3,000 wells all across these farm fields, as you know, rural areas, just abandoned until we can get to them. It's a scary thing.
Yeah, the many wells I've seen over in Hillsdale County in my district that sit underneath now, and they've sat idle for at least 15 years as I've been passing them, underneath windmills. The impact that could be concerns me. If someone isn't there and that pickup truck doesn't come on site every week and take a look at what's going on.
But Mr. Wahlberger, if we plug those 3,000 wells, don't forget about our partners, the royalty owners.
Yeah.
Everybody forgets about that 12.5 or 20% that goes to our farmers, our neighbors, our royalty owners. Those people are important to the whole process of producing stripper wells, and they can't be forgotten.
And it may only be a few bucks, but it's a few bucks that they're expecting. I agree with you. We've heard a lot today about the detrimental community effects of these rules. Miller Energy is a part of my community. So can you please speak more to the economic impact on Michigan?
So just expanding again on my business, we have 56 employees. I think our payroll is, $3-4 million a year. That goes out to the communities in the area. Our state as a whole has 15,000 wells. There's a living, breathing culture of operators there that are all generational owners. And then I've mentioned it before, and I'll say it again, the Michigan Natural Resources Trust Fund is a really interesting thing that happens in Michigan. So royalties from state lands go back to the state, and grants are approved to work on parks and recreation areas. All of that ceases to exist, in addition to the things my colleague mentioned.
And that impacts everybody with the opportunity.
Correct.
Especially when you use that fund.
Correct.
The regulations we've talked about related to eliminating flaring and venting and the rules that are put in place, do you feel you have the flexibility you need to meet the flaring rules?
Quado Subpart C, no. I simply don't know how we can get that done. And then Quado Subpart B, which is major modifications or new drilling, the state of Michigan just doesn't offer us the natural gas sales paths that other basins have, and it's another example of how the regulation doesn't take into consideration Michigan and marginal well producers. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my time has expired, but the more I've heard today, I just believe that incentive, the reason for all of this is to put you guys out of business, to put fossil fuels out of business, and that's horrific. So I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair now asks unanimous consent to insert in the record documents included on the staff hearing documents list without objection. So ordered. I remind members that they have 10 business days to submit questions for the record, and I ask the witnesses to respond to these questions promptly. We thank the witnesses for being here today, for taking your time to testify. Without objection, the subcommittee is adjourned.
Thank you.